best part of the game, and so you don't skip it, but you don't get very far in the playthrough. And I've been dying to play for a couple weeks now. So let's just do that. By the way, I hope you're doing good. Now, why can't I hear any sound? Sounds mute. Aha, there we go. Now I was trying to remember what I was doing last time. I think I was supposed to go into this store. I still have no idea what to do or where to go in this game, but yeah, this looks like a decent place to start. Or are we just gonna crash now? That'd be great. Yeah, of course. I think the game just crashed. Give it a second. Still, yeah, we crashed. Why did we crash? What the hell? I haven't gotten to this part I can't watch. To be fair, the game is different every time you play it based on decisions you make, at least from what I've heard. I don't know why that just crashed, though. I don't even have all that much. Oh, it's Discord. Last time I had Discord open, it did not like it. So let me just turn that off and we'll relaunch. Sorry. Oh my god, and now it's launching on the wrong window. Why? Why do you have to do this to me? How do I move the window that the game launches in? I swear, I spent like a good 45 minutes setting all of this up before stream, specifically because I knew that it would be a pain in the ass to do it on stream, but no, it has to. It has to just be a pain. For no reason. How are you feeling, Chest Better? I have no idea. Help, I'm a boomer. Oh, don't worry, I'm working on it. I am feeling alright today, but like the cough is still there. I haven't actually gotten any results back from the doc yet, so I'm waiting on those. I think Tuesday I'm supposed to, but I feel fine for the most part. And don't worry, I'm working on it. I know how to make this work. Ah, go. Frank, what are you doing? Oh, why did all of the entire screen's color just changed? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is everything like different colors now? What's going on? Frank, fuck off, please. Sorry, hold on, I'm working on it. Kadiris, what's up, Zora? Any chance you cover Attila the Hun today? No idea, honestly. I haven't looked into anything of the sort, so I'm not actually even really sure what it is that you're talking about here. Yes, I do know that your base live on Blue Sky. Okay, so I guess the screen color changed, but this should be fine now. Alright, yeah. Let's try that again. This time. I also don't know all that much about, like, East Asian history, so... Not the person to ask about it.
Typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
Oh, okay, so we did do this section. I had just finished inside of here, figured out that that guy was on drugs. And I wanted to talk to you.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque.
Thanks, Susie. This game makes me depressed. I'm not surprised. I've never played it before. It is quite depressing, but I don't know. Maybe we can make it not depressing at the end. I don't know how this game ends.
This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything.
Well, I want to do it anyway.
You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then, nothing happens.
Well, I mean, I suppose he did say nothing was going to happen.
Nothing happens. A cold gust of wind blowing in from the sea interrupts the silence of the situation.
I want to push it even harder. I'm going to keep...
Nothing happens. A cold gust of wind blowing in from the sea interrupts the silence of the situation.
What do these do? What are these buttons for? Fine.
A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal. Some other way.
So
wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
What's there?
You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then, nothing happens.
Again.
A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal. Some other way.
Or the, like,
wasn't there a sign?
Turn-based combat. Besides that, it is the same kind of game.
G'day to you, officers.
Your stats are what I would have tried to make mine at this point. I don't even know what they are.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them.
My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock. I'm keeping him company and eating his salami.
Base, I would eat a salami too.
From the corner of your eye, you see a man in a yellow shirt and grey overalls waving at you from across the canal. He seems disappointed about the wreckage on the waterlock and the salami.
I know I'll never get over the voice acting in this game.
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you, officer?
The man on the water lockpicks the skin off a slice of salami and takes a sizable bite. Well, I wonder if you know what caused this wreckage, eh? When is this set? Like the 1800s? This is like I think an alternate reality. I mean, hold on. I don't know if it's possible, but is there any way to put your photo up on the top left of the screen? Yes, absolutely possible. I can do that right now. Good call, actually. That's better. Now you guys can see all the text. Oh yes, I forgot I still have to find my gun. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, there's two. I need to level up to be able to do most of these. That's fine. It's set in 1940 in this world, 10 or 15 years after the revolution. Thank you for actually explaining that, because I was still curious. All the country names are different. I looked at a map and it doesn't really look like our world, but
I wasn't here to witness it, but
I mean, I don't
those
know
look
what
like
happened during
tire
the
tracks
revolution.
on that sign. Weird, huh? Then again, Plenty of daredevil drivers in Rivershoal. Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here.
I've even seen
especially
anyone
a
driving a
waterlock.
car except
The rest
for,
of the coast is closed off till then.
my partner here.
It's supposed to operate the waterlock, but as noted, it's all junk right now. Disabled because of the blockage. Safety measure. Turns out the panel needs a special key to be reactivated.
Great, now I have to find a
Wouldn't
key.
want anyone moving the waterlock with debris still in the channel.
Of course.
It'll be restarted on Wednesday morning. You want to do the honors when the time comes?
I mean, sure.
Great! Just drop in on Wednesday if you want to see the waterlock at work. They say the canal crew will be here at 7:15.
The coast part of the map is inaccessible until the third day.
Right, I still haven't slept in this day, I don't think.
Sure thing.
Hey, give me some salami.
Want some too, officer?
Why not?
Okay. Well, so at the moment, I feel like I need to rest because my health doesn't look like it's doing great. And also we're still on day 1. Okay. I was up all night, it's the middle of the day. Now it's it looks like it at the very least.
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box. A variety of shapes and colors.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the
Of
latest
course.
styles right
You're
here.
trying to sell me shit now. Well, okay.
Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them pinching your nose and chafing against your brow.
That's how I like my glasses.
Damn, officer!
Uncomfortable.
You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. They're practically made for you. I'll let you have them for 2 real and 50 cents.
They're perfect for concealing your bloodshot and baggy eyes.
Yeah, I'll take it.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Why not? Don't tell me what to do, Kim. I like these glasses.
No, I can't. We can't walk around with you looking like this. Okay, fine. Go ahead. If you want to look like a walking midlife crisis, then who am I to interfere?
Exactly.
A good starter pair, officer. And when you're ready to upgrade, come back and see me.
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic. The kind of plastic that melts in the sun. Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show. If anything, these lenses probably direct more UV light into your
You'd be
pupils.
surprised how
A UV magnifier.
how often that probably actually happens in our world too. God damn it, I don't like that it's cutting off half my border. But yeah, no, you'd absolutely be surprised. I wouldn't trust any label on anything anymore.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool, UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool
Yeah, stylish,
while
what a
doing
maverick.
your dangerous police work.
I mean, I'm gonna try and roll it because that's XP.
No luck. All you find is this lime-colored cellophane visor, produced by a bargain sportswear brand called Amphibian, apparently. There's a malformed green frog on its bent cap.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun out of your eyes while you're shooting criminals. Bang, bang!
I don't even
And
have a
all
gun,
for a
so
mere
you know.
6 real. You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe.
I don't even
No
have the money for it. Fuck off. But I do have that on now, because that'll help. Oh, by the way,
There are
chat.
clothes inside. Cheap second-hand
what's up, Cheeseburger
clothes,
Murph?
smelling of strangers' body odors.
By the way, I did want to say, chat, on Thursday my time, so Wednesday for Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday night stream, I won't be having a regular stream. I'll be debating with Quibbles. And I've never debated Quibbles before. I've actually, I only just found out who they are yesterday. Kind of like watching some of their content, but it's going to be a really fun debate. The debate is on whether or not we should have state-funded sex workers as part of the healthcare system, as part of Medicare, of Medicaid. If under the hypothetical ideal of free public health care, if we should have sex workers for mental health concerns, for physical health concerns added into this. So that's what the debate's on. Make sure to check in next week for that.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
I'm for having the sex workers, especially adding them into like public funding. Absolutely. I'm pro sex workers in general. People do sex work because they need to, and some want to. But I believe that if we fund healthcare that involves sex workers, this could solve a lot of societal issues. I'm not going to spoil too much of it. Why does your character look like a police officer who investigated Jack the Ripper? Because my character is a cop that is an alcoholic and woke up not remembering anything about his life and what happened.
Save the economy? That sounds
aside
off.
from his rabid alcoholism. It would be better for the sex workers, but it would also be better for society. Think about how many incels, how many mass shootings could be prevented, how much extremism could be prevented, the male loneliness epidemic. You could also have this the other way around as well. Like, it doesn't just have to be female sex workers, but...
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Don't buy new things. Buy eco.
I mean, why exactly does the economy need saving, mate? Look around.
Very cool.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places.
Economical,
This
but
entire
also
world
trendy.
looks
Look
so
first
depressing
hand.
to live in.
Buy second hand. Keep the economy moving.
Let's roll again.
Something
Hey!
cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek. A windbreaker. Surf, it says, but also wind, summer, 100% waterproof.
I agree. Cheeseburger
And
Merv. Now
sport.
imagine if we added that
All
to
in different
Medicare.
typefaces.
Like, you can access this through Medicare. Add that in and imagine the good that could do. Because you're right. We already have a legal sex work industry in Australia that is safer for the sex workers. Yeah, exactly. I'm sick, so I get to sit aside and watch the drama happen. I mean, good for you, Susie.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
Oh, there we go. Tune into the debate on, Thursday morning for you. I think eliminating puritanical prudishness from society is gonna have to happen for any real change. I've encountered a lot of people make exceptionally poor choices in their lives because to get sex because they refuse to just masturbate. I keep saying this, but like the vast majority of our world's issues currently, aside from the ones that are caused by capitalism, are caused by sexual insecurity. Fascism requires sexual insecurity. It comes from, oopsie. I just closed all of my windows. But you need that sexual insecurity is key to the development of fascist ideology. Hold on, this is too loud. I need to turn this down just a bit. That's better. And yeah, for real, just like go have a wank. But like these guys are insane. If you go on like Twitter, you'll see guys talking about having to keep their male essence in their body. It's anti-human, really. Being anti-sex, like not asexual, but like anti-sex. Not just the prudish way, but more than that. It's anti-human. So, can I like go into my room where I woke up and just sleep? Is that a thing in this game? I think I'm supposed to. I think I've done everything I can so far.
The door is closed. Still no answer. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. This door
Yeah,
can only be
remember,
opened
I forgot about that. We covered the guy who thinks it's gay to have sex with his wife, unless it's for procreation. I mean, that's what they want, Solitaire. It's just the natural evolution of it.
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid.
This is where the magic happens.
And by that you mean crimes against humanity?
Well, crimes against myself anyway. I defied bourgeois morality in here. I defied it hard. True.
I have no idea what that means.
Okay, how do I rest for the rest of the day? Can anyone
bed is cold.
tell me
The
how to
option
do
to go
that?
to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
Okay, that makes sense now. Thank you for answering my question, game, immediately when I asked. Well, so, if we look at my quest list. What can I do? All of these are ones that I've done, I believe. Games with no map are so hard. I'm waiting for BG3 patch 8 to come out so we can play it together. Oh yeah, me too. I forgot that that gets released this year. There's been a whole bunch of console mods dropped as well. You know, if you want to play with me, you're gonna have to download some mods, because Baldur's Gate 3 is so much better with certain mods in it that I just, like, I can't even really play it without them anymore. Well. Go back this way and see if I can actually do anything now. Leveled up a bit.
This trash container is locked. The slide...
No, not you. I will.
I'll die before I squeal,
But you
pig.
play on PC, not console, right?
You don't want to fuck with me. I got my hands bloody. I'm not here, pig. You're not seeing this.
True.
You can still see the top of her hat from behind the fence.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. What's this kid shit?
So all of the different,
Fucking
like,
mind games.
dialogue
I'd
lines
rather
that I
die
go
than
through,
Squeal.
that gives me experience, right?
Get the fuck out of here, face! You got done! Talk to me!
Alright, Kuno, you're next. Just don't start screaming about pedophiles again.
Kuno's got this!
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then this is it.
Oh,
He's
I didn't
almost
actually have this
exquisite
conversation
in
with him
his
because the
ugliness,
game hadn't
like a
saved
gremlin.
the first time I did it.
Oh yeah, Nappa Gumpy, Kuno.
Okay, well then, perfect timing. So, hey kid, a word police business, not the right way to go about this.
Can't talk, pig! Shit's coming up strong! Throwing rocks!
I'm too busy throwing rocks.
Shit coming up strong. That sounds good. Joyous. You should hang out with this kid and see what that juicy shit is all about.
Yes, let's find out.
I mean drugs. The kid's on drugs.
No shit. Everyone's
yeah,
on
Kuno,
drugs.
ride the lightning,
Everybody I've met
Kuno.
so far is on drugs in this game.
Kuno's riding it, see?
Which does go to show you what the outcomes of capitalism are. They want you to be high and sad and not think and spend your time throwing rocks at dead bodies instead of, I don't know, collectivizing.
The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at him, Kuno!
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
Something beer and sports, yeah.
We shouldn't do anything. I don't tempt such forces.
Horses.
You will see.
The language these kids are using, pure unfettered id. There will be no reasoning with those creatures.
Fuck no! Kuno doesn't buy that shit. Fucking entrapment shit.
It was worth a try.
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got.
Well, what do you know about the body?
Shitload, pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno! Pig's choking!
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
Well, yeah, but, like, that would be a waste of time, wouldn't it?
The usual being, have you seen anything out of the ordinary? Or have you seen anything suspicious?
Okay, well,
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in
Yeah,
the
of
dirt.
course.
That seems
By the
pretty
way, like,
fucking suspicious to
full
Kuno.
respect. This is not
Yeah,
necessarily.
you tell the faggoty, Kuno.
Alright, well now we're getting to a part where I'm not necessarily, I don't want kids to be acting this way, but I do like the talking to cops in this way.
Looks like you're a fagari now.
At least when
Whatever
they're,
that means.
like this.
The suspicious question
It's
doesn't
my
really
birthday
work in
every day,
antagonistic
sentient you
situations.
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down.
So you didn't see it happening.
You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional.
Okay. And where'd you go?
I don't know. Some fucking... Mesco, or I don't know. Some other place. Night City.
Wait,
Kuno
we
was
jumped
in
to
fucking Night
Cyberpunk
City.
now? What the fuck? Is there a Night City in this game too?
There is no night city
Okay,
anywhere.
that was a
That
reference
sounds
to
like the name
Cyberpunk.
of a city in some pulp science fiction novel.
Where is it?
Kuno gives this info out on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know.
Of course, of course. How could
Kuno
I?
didn't smoke the gimp, if that's what you meant.
Well, I was pretty sure that this child did not kill that
Thanks, Kuno.
person. But,
That's one name you can now cross off the list.
Who was on the list? Jesus. There's like 9 people's footprints here.
Kuno's fuck gimp?
Yeah,
Kuno uses
that's
the
a
fuck
dig
gimp
at
for
Cyberpunk.
target practice.
This was before Cyberpunk 2077 came out, I think, as well, so...
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
So you don't know anything.
Kuno knows all kinds of shit. Kuno's not a snitch, that's all. Trying to make the Kuno sing into the popo phone.
I mean, true.
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Okay, fuck off,
lost.
kid. I found your shack, though.
You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed
Yeah, the board
for
game
5,000 years.
was,
How the
I'm sure,
fuck
what he was
did you get in?
referencing. And didn't, like, Mike Pondsmith write a bunch of side novels or, like, additional novels to the board game as well? By the way, I would love to play Cyberpunk D&D. He said the gamer word. I did indeed. I pushed the panels aside, Kuno. It's not really all that hidden.
And then what? You fucking there. You fucking Kuno's kingdom.
Tyler, you are the biggest troll,
He's trying
and
to
it
fuck at you
makes
again,
me laugh
Kuno.
every time. Like, your trolling isn't annoying. It's actually funny, and I appreciate that. Remember the female incel Nazi school shooter? I do indeed. There's Cyberpunk 2000, 2020, Cyberpunk Red. I've got all the PDFs for them. Cool. I don't have, like, I don't have a friend group that would be willing to play. So, is that my code up there? I'm pretty sure it's mine.
Is it? You got pretty fucked. Kuno's surprised you've still got your head after all that.
After all, what? What did I do?
Don't sweat it, drunk pig. Kuno will keep your nasty secret.
It's
Kuno's
not that I don't
snitching.
have friends. It's that I don't have friends that will be willing to play a tabletop board game. It's not as fun over, like, online, you know? Like, in person, all of my friends are, would love to play D&D, but will never have the ability to organize time to consistently do so. Sure.
He's saying you
Kuno
climbed
speaks
up there.
Finnish?
He probably saw you do it. Yep, that conclusively explains how the coat got up there.
If we're talking like D&D, Susie, oftentimes I tend to play like elf or tiefling because I like magic when I play D&D, but I'll move around, I'll jump around. I really have not played much actual D&D, but I have played a lot of Baldur's Gate. Again, it's the
Good call, Pigmeister.
it's the matter of
Don't
having
come
friends
and talk to Kuno about his...
that will
The fuck
consistently
do you
come
want
and
with
play
it?
a game. A tabletop one, rather. What's with the tube of Magnesalam, Kuno?
It's a vitamin, pig. Don't you know anything?
Yeah, health elves are really hard to resist stat-wise, but I tend to lean more into expanding rather than, like, playing as a defensive character. I like to just go in when I do it. What's up, Info Thumb Wars? I play a dwarf cleric that worships Santa. That's pretty fun. That sounds interesting. Is it bad that I,
You could use them.
all I really want to do is read because I don't find anything else interesting? No, actually. You should probably read. Reading is good.
Yeah, it's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day, rips mag like a motherfucker.
Why
and
does
you
Baldur's
could
Gate
use
make
a
you
battle.
feel lonely, Lord Fluffy Art? If more people read, we'd be in a better place. True.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno. He's gonna use it against you,
I
Kuno.
know all about this. I took some like an hour ago.
You're not getting this, Pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't do anything. Like you stayed home playing with your choo-choo.
Fuck you, Pig. Don't do mag. You're gonna OD and you're gonna fucking die.
I suppose. I mean, yeah. Playing that game with a group would be much more fun.
Of course you fucking
The
can.
idea
How do you
of,
think
like,
Kuno made all the docky boys his gimps?
learning
Just gotta
about the
fly, Pig.
characters and engaging with your party in single player is quite good, though. It's much more developed than most games will ever get anywhere close to. Tried that, didn't go so
Kuno
well.
knows. Kuno and C saw you shit yourself. It's okay, Pig. Not everyone can face the fear Kuno style.
I played an aging wyvern-born divorced retired detective turned rogue. He's so fun. You guys get creative. Susie, my DM made a whole campaign where dwarves kept being naughty because they wanted coal.
That's all there is to
That's
it
the
then.
benefits of, like,
Don't get
actually
pansy.
getting to play that with
Just
people, you
jump.
know? I found the plate with powder residue. Know
That's
anything
where
about it?
Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno Shazam. Kuno rides the fucking lightning in there, Pig.
Well, pig shouldn't be an insult because they're intelligent animals, but it's too late for that now. It's part of the vernacular, and we should definitely, use it more, I would think.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and old, but you could have that sparkle in your eyes.
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
Decapitates pigs, hey? Are you trying to send a message of some sort?
Yeah, to the both of you. Watch your ass in Kuno's town, or Kuno's gonna fuck your head off.
Kid, I have a fucking crowbar in my hand.
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
Like a musician?
Yeah, Kuno plays on snuff radio, fucks pigs.
I mean,
lies,
speaking as
fucks
someone
their
who lives
heads
in
off.
Australia, Lord
Kuno's
Fluffy
a
Art, I
cock killer.
absolutely think you should call more people cunts.
Oh, that?
And also, not
Kuno
even just as an
decapitates
insult.
pigs.
It, like,
That's just a Kuno
Cheeseburger
demo
Murph
tape.
will tell you, or any other Australian will tell you, cunt is a contextual term here. You can say it in a nice way. Like, calling someone a mad cunt means that they're chaotic and they're crazy, but in a good way. Like, they do cool stuff. A sick cunt, another one of those. But a shit cunt is a shit cunt. There's various additions you can make to it, and I do think you could benefit from adopting this in America.
Kuno play. Oh, that. Kuno
Okay, so cool.
decapitates
Pighead, I like it.
What?
I got one just like it.
What is this shit? Fucking on yourself. This is weird level shit. Kuno doesn't go there.
In the UK, the word gets band-aided around it a fair bit. When I went to Canada, I discovered that they find it to be a very misogynistic word. In America, it's also considered incredibly misogynistic. But, like, that's just a difference in cultural use of terminology. Like, the British have their civility politics, so that, like, everything has to be tiptoed around.
Back to normal. What
Which is why England is a dying country, is because they can't ever actually talk about anything. In Australia, we have this very, like, who gives a shit attitude. She'll be right, it's fine attitude. And then Americans just love to
played.
complain about
No one
everything.
saw that
Canadians
coming.
are the same, so
Good
makes
call,
sense.
Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom.
About the crime scene, you kids often play in this yard?
Right, Pig? This is where Kuno plays with his little
True,
wooden
solitaire.
choo-choo. Fuck do you want with it?
Which is why I keep saying you should start using their claims against you against them. Oh, you guys are censoring free speech. Oh, you guys are anti-free speech. Oh, you guys are un-American. You guys want to take my guns away. Just use what they use. Throw it back at them. Just not immediately following them using it at you. You got to be first.
Look at that fucking shit. You're trying to
Facts
get Kuno
we don't care about a
killed.
lot. Yeah, and that's why we're fucked over here too, Cheeseburger Merv. Susie, I'd probably really have to have a good reason to call someone a cunt. What if, like, you're saying it in a positive way? Like Cheeseburger Merv, this fucking cunt right here is a mad cunt. He's a sick cunt. He's been here since day one, and he engages and puts out, like, smart, intelligent thoughts into the chat. That's a good way to use it. That's, you know, serving cunt. That's one I haven't used. Yeah, the use of cunt has got a lot to do with context and tone. Absolutely. It took me a little, like, while when I first got here, because sometimes it was hard to tell with certain contexts, but it's not all that difficult these days. If it's at the start of a sentence, it's usually serious. That's a good indicator. Yeah, actually, thank you for that.
Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno's not
And
a
also
fucking
true
acrobat.
solitaire.
The lieutenant takes a quick note in his notebook.
I can't. You're doing my head in.
It's a trap, Kuno! Don't climb it, Kuno!
Excellent examples there. Both positive and negative. What's in the greenhouse over there?
Dunno. Kiptas gardener used to work there.
Okay.
Kipt is a pejorative term used to describe people of South Seminese or Areopagite descent. It used to be a common first name among the Areopagites of Ilmara.
Okay.
Not so much anymore.
Hold on, so the gardener used to work there?
Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it. Shit's nothing to Kuno.
You mean the young woman by Whirling in Rags, that gardener?
Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just says shit.
I want to punch this kid in the face so badly.
Yeah, her. What was she doing in the greenhouse in March anyway? What kind of gardening is done in March?
I mean, it is a greenhouse, so it's not like it's outside.
Fish is sometimes used to fertilize the soil a few weeks before planting something. Maybe she was preparing the garden beds.
Okay, well, let's go ask her about it.
Yes, it seems suspicious. You don't like things being like that. Suspicious.
Seems suspicious. You don't like things being suspicious.
Don't be wondering about Kuno's shit, pig.
Someone may have stashed something in there. Maybe there's got a lead.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Why the fuck are you telling this
Oh,
shit
absolutely.
to Kuno?
I mean, based on the description of this drug versus the guy in, like, the general store who's on a downer, this kid's on uppers.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
More questions
Yeah,
about the crime scene?
The
No,
kingdom of...
I've already
yeah,
seen
whatever.
all of those.
Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Finish
Kuno...
the
It's
dialogues.
always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third-person perspective as a shield.
As in, traumatized kid who doesn't like to think about themselves in the first person because that requires introspection. Another common issue we have in our modern society. Cheeseburger Murph, we're isolated and all, so we don't tend to care about a lot because it'd be impressive for that thing, whatever it is, to actually reach our backyards here and affect us, and it makes sense. Well, the thing is, we think that, except it does. We just don't notice. Everything that happens anywhere affects everyone everywhere. No country is an island unto itself. Australians just think that they are. I can say they still. I got another week and a half until I'm a citizen. Yeah, it's a false sense of security. Which is, like, I don't know, it scares me because we have our election coming up and I feel less hopeful about this one than I did in the US. I can't even talk to leftists in this country.
Smart shit. Don't throw that bullshit at Kuno. Kuno knows you're lying. Trying to get Kuno hooked on the book.
You think so? Because, like, the oligarchs behind the scenes are pushing for Dutton. Everybody in the country hates labor because all of the media talks about how bad labor is.
Watch out, Kuno!
Even though,
He's trying
like,
to fiddle you.
labor has
He's
been
gonna put his
the
hands
best
on
government
you.
we've had for a while. They would need a populist right-wing leader, and they just don't have that. I suppose Dutton isn't a populist. He doesn't really have that vibe. So that might benefit us. But everyone hates Albanese, and so, and they shouldn't, by the way, because he's a shit lib, but He's been a good PM. Labor means no news is good news. Liberals are all bad news. True. Doesn't Rupert Murdoch own a lot of Australia media? Yeah, the vast majority of it. And the ones that he doesn't are just owned by other billionaires. Gina Reinhart is a big wealthy person who influences a lot of Australian politics. I did put a video up covering Friendly Jordy's leaked video of the Christmas party of the mining industry that had a bunch of Australian politicians there talking about, just dick riding Donald Trump, really.
Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
What the fuck is happening?
Help! He's got the Kuno, help!
Just answer the fucking question, kid.
Help! He's digging his dick out!
Escalate, Kuno! His dick is out! You're afraid!
Pigs in here, Kuno! Somebody, please!
How did we get here? How did
the
this
ABC
happen?
is like the only
This
Australian
makes no
media that I
sense.
even like to watch.
There may still be a way out. Just appeal to his
Although Murdoch
reason.
has influence in the ABC as well. It's not like it's entirely independent. But yeah, the ABC is the best news that we have here. But also, the vast majority of Australians, people who watch news on TV watch the same news that they've always watched. Like, they don't tend to swap over to a different one once they have one that they like. SBS bores me. I don't know. It tends to be their way of speaking. Excuse me. I mean, I kind of want to punch this kid, but I probably shouldn't.
Help! Misters, help!
Rolling super hard.
He's flashing Kuno! He's showing his genitals! If you don't help Kuno now,
Okay, fuck it.
it'll be
Let's
too
punch this
late.
kid, see what happens. How do I heal myself?
You didn't shut him down. Your fat fist didn't meet its target. Instead, it pulled you down with it.
Yeah.
You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure.
Oh no, am I gonna
It's
die?
spreading to your left arm, your jaw.
Oh, that's a heart attack.
Yeah. Screaming isn't happening on account of extreme shortness of breath. You're just making it worse.
It was mostly experience that I was trying to get
it's
because a lot of the tasks that I have to do are too hard. And so the only way I know how to get experience in this game is having conversations.
All you feel is pain and weakness. You have to surrender now. We all do. It gets so dark. You don't even see her face.
Am I dying right now?
Like you always thought you would. Cop suffers final heart attack. A detective lieutenant of the RC.
I died! Okay, let's try that again. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I didn't save scum. Oopsie. It's okay. We don't have to talk to Kuno again. I just don't know what to do next. Oh, wait. I do have to talk to Kuno to find out that she's the gardener. That's what I have to get from him, and then we can not talk to him again. But also, I might just save scum and punch this kid in the face again. Because, I want to see what happens.
Kuno's got this.
If the
Oh
Fuck
yeah,
you.
Nappa Gumpy Kuno!
Can't talk, pig. Shit's coming up strong.
shit coming up, I mean,
Yeah,
Kuno's
come on.
You should...
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. Shit, look.
Don't tell the pig...
If I were
the usual being.
Okay, would you see
Just a couple-
Yeah,
Looks like you're a fagari now. Or
Probably you heard I don't mess go.
there is no night city anywhere.
About the
Yeah.
dead body.
Kuno didn't smoke
Hey,
him
what's
if
up,
that's
back
what...
guys?
Thanks,
Good
Kuno.
to see you.
That's one name.
Kuno's fucking...
Start with the
Kuno
things your
uses the
stats
fucking
are good,
for
I
target practice.
reckon.
He's
I don't even know
trying
what
to
those
hide the
are.
fact
I've
that
never
he doesn't
played this
know.
before.
Kuno knows all kinds... You're
That's okay. I'll have a look at my stats as soon as I get the information about the gardener. And then, there must be like 64 million voice lines in this game. Just about, yeah. Seems like it.
You found Kuno, and then what?
he's trying to fuck at you again.
Is it? Don't sweat.
He's saying, that conclusively explains.
It's a vice.
You could use some.
Yeah?
That
Teach him, Kuno.
You're not getting.
Fuck you, pig. Don't do...
That's where.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you?
What was this?
You feel
Where
tired.
was
Of course,
the-
you Kuno.
That's all.
Oh,
about-
that. Kuno de.
What?
Fuck you.
Well played.
Where was
Good
the bit
call,
about the
Pig Man.
gardener?
Fuck does Kuno care? Right, pig. This is where Kuno.
The
Dunno.
greenhouse.
Think that gardener used to work there?
Always a pleasure seeing yourself, Visora. Just been gaming myself, taking coffee break from saving the world again.
Kit
Oh, good, you
is a
deserve a break.
pejorative term used to describe people of South Seminole.
Look.
There we go.
Yeah. What was she? Fish is sometimes. Yes.
Yes. Okay, now we can go talk to her.
Yeah,
And
whatever.
We can fuck
Kuno
off from
doesn't.
here. Fuck that. I still need to find my gun. Okay, so I have intelligence, some psychology, physique is not doing great, motivation's not doing great. How do I heal myself? That one heals psyche at the cost of health. That's not exactly helpful. Also, if you investigate the body, you'll learn about the gardener because you need her gloves. I thought I had already done this bit, but I think it just was before the
There
game
he
crashed.
still
Yeah.
is, looking
This
right
is what I can't
through
do.
you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated.
Maybe if I go talk to her, she'll give me something that'll help me actually investigate the body. I have weakened and gone further down the cyberpunk route, bought a VR system. Oh, Jesus. I put on like an Oculus once and I wanted to destroy, I wanted immediately to have the Butlerian Jihad start at that moment. Visa quick quiz. What year was the Federation? 1776, 1849, or 1901? 1849, right? Thank you for that, by the way. It's the year questions that are gonna trick me. Damn. Okay, I was not sure with that one. But you know what? I'm gonna just copy and paste that for later. If you have more, please throw them at me, Cheeseburger Merv.
Of course. What can I help you with?
Damn, if I got that one wrong, I would literally fail the citizenship quiz. Wait, no, that's not one about values.
Well, this might be the last snow we get. At least I hope so.
Okay.
Snow has nutrients in it.
This is
Helps
true.
everything green up in the spring.
This is water.
At least that's what my grandma always told me.
Yes, think about the cute grandma, not the weird snow.
Squint your eyes and look at her intently. Okay.
Stop looking at her. Look around. What do you see?
Plaza.
That's right. And the canal, the bookstore, the harbor gates. This is a great vantage point for keeping an eye on you.
Ah.
Glad to have been of service. Now you know the locals are keeping tabs on you.
I wouldn't have been surprised. I'm a cop after all.
Of course. Where to?
This isn't what I want to talk about. Ah, thanks for the gifted
No
sub
problem.
back, Gaz.
Of course.
So I need her gloves, but how do I get them? Because the only, like, conversational options I had with her was
I can't
directions.
believe it felt like. Of course. What do you mean? Yes,
This is
sir.
Revachol.
District of Martinez.
The section,
This
intersection is called
intersection
Roundabout
is
North?
called Roundabout North.
Why was there such a long pause
He knows
there?
where we are. He just wants directions.
You're the best back, guys. Bloody legend, mate. Exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth.
The harbor gates. Some kind of commotion, I think. I don't follow the no
Let's go
problem.
see what the corrupt unionists are doing down here. 'Cause they weren't great last time we checked in on them, but maybe I can actually do something now. Got some bottles to sell.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle.
Well, so
You're
like
a
it's
richer man
it's
now.
a corrupt union versus like French nationalists and corporations, French nationalist corporations. So like it's not exactly any good side here. I'm still not strong enough to go fight that guy. Need a gun. My gun is gone.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
You don't have any tips on how to say punch a guy out, do you? Say a really big race theorist guarding a button?
Not before you get in there and get your ass whooped. Learn by failure, I always say.
He might have some advice, but you got to at least try to fight Measurehead first. Return if you fail.
I suppose that makes sense.
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
Right to work usually just means, right to work for somebody else. These are
Main gate's
corrupt
locked.
unionists. Like, they're
Take
not good
heavy
guys,
ordnance
but they're
to
still
bust it
better
open.
than the
Try
guys
to
that
get
are
in from
holding
the
the door
secretary's
open.
office. Door's locked.
Main gate's locked.
The guard's blocking the way to the access panel.
Okay, I gotta go fight this guy.
And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is.
Have you considered storming in, like, everybody at the same time?
Why don't you go arrest them instead? I'm sure they've done plenty of criminal shit. They have that
What power
look.
do I have as a cop, man?
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now. If you can't get in anyway.
Yeah, like, right to work just is anti-union shit.
No. They will give up eventually. Or get drunk.
Who are all these strike
Leave the button
breakers?
unguarded. Then, honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests.
No, toys for your interests.
We came here to
Scab
help
leader.
the
I mean, look at his
harbor
name.
run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
That's what right to work is that sentence. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in a time of crisis. If union fucks don't want to work, they ought to let those who want to work. That's what right to work is, and that's bad. That's
I have
anti-union.
a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
Yeah, why? Why not collectivize and seize the means of production, perhaps?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do!
Filthy capitalists.
Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. I'm trying to meet their fat boss.
I'm interviewing people about a murder that took place here behind the hospital cafeteria.
I know nothing about a murder.
Oh, of course you do. You guys motherfucking... You guys are the ones that did it. His reply is snappy and terse, of course you know.
Wouldn't put it past these harbor bugs. They'd do anything to stay alive.
Same goes for you.
Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
We are not picking a side in this just yet, sir.
Pity.
I hate both sides. Both sides of this are bad. Let's go, save scum and see if I can go fight this guy. There's a strike going on and these, guys want to be let in to work. Well, they're scabs, yeah. They want to work instead of the unions because the union is on strike. But the issue being, these are the guys who, are the unionists on strike. This is the type of shit they believe.
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
Yeah, I'm not subscribing to your fucking race theory. I'm just gonna hit you with a fire iron, see what happens.
How did this happen? Your little fist is in his giant hand, and he's squeezing it. It hurts.
I have not seen anything, like, about British news today. Bat Gaz, but what I will say, but Labour voted an investigation into the grooming gangs of Britain. He actually said this in Parliament, anyone who wants the grooming gangs investigated is right-wing and racist. That, I mean, to be fair, that is true. The grooming gangs are fake. The vast majority of, like, rapes that happen, especially gang rapes that are happening in Britain, are done by white British people, not by immigrants. Like, there's been studies on this before. The UK government already did an investigation into this a couple years ago. It was like after 2020. I think it might actually be 2020. I covered it last stream.
You must be out of your mind, degenerate drunk. Say it. I am a degenerate alcoholic.
Fuck you. Okay. Fuck. Jesus Christ, I don't want to die again.
You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure.
Okay, good to know.
It's spreading
That's also
to your
death.
left arm. Screaming isn't happening on account of extreme. All you feel is cops
Yep, that again. Okay. Maybe that's not the way to go. Can I break into this? You have to be a pussy to survive? No. I'm not familiar with this game, but I'm guessing you didn't put points into strength or something. I'm also not familiar with this game, but no, I didn't. I put my points into this. Intellect, psyche, 2 in physique, and 2 in motorics. You guys should be able to access this. Or do I have to, like, go in and put in another Twitch key? No, you guys can access it. Cool. Well. We did all the south stuff. Help has arrived, or maybe chaos? What's up to Ginger Fluff? What's the significance of January 26th, Australia Day? I mean, isn't that, like, Invasion Day? That's when, they're not open-ended questions. They'll give me multiple choice, so it'd be, like, the formation of, or the arrival of all of the colonists into Australia, and like the colonization of Australia started on that day. But it will be a multiple choice answer, so I don't actually have to know the exact answer. I just know that it's Australia Day, and I know that, like, that was, from that point forward, was the colonization of the land. Which is why Australia Day is always such a giant fucking fight in the media every year. Because just like America, we have this is white racism. You can't change Australia Day, even though, like, a large amount of the population is incredibly offended by this being a national holiday. It's not Captain Cook's arrival, it's the First Fleet's arrival. Yeah, I know it's not Captain Cook's arrival. It was like, that was the beginning of it. That's why it's Australia Day.
Not many people outside of Grad. And Revachol West, too.
There's a few questions about, like, Anzac Day, and I know all that.
Estash Raiko KK2. That's a classic model. Never thought I'd see another one repainted after what happened last time.
The way that it would probably be described is the official National Day of Australia, marking the landing of the first fleets and the raising of the Union flag. So, like, in a multiple choice questionnaire, I would absolutely grab that one pretty easily. 1788 was when the British first came ashore in Botany Bay, and they made contact with the indigenous, ended in a skirmish. I didn't realize that was all the way back in 1788. I mean, to be fair, it's also offensive to a lot of people to not have it as a holiday. Well, that's the thing. They just wanted to change the day to a different day. Make Australia Day the day when Australian Confederation was. There's been a lot of ideas put out, but no, like, there is a large population of Australia that will accept nothing. No amount of moderation, no amount of mediation, no amount of... They won't give up anything. They won't concede any point. There's no conversation to be had with them. It's just, it's It's like trying to argue with a New Yorker that America caused 9/11. Imagine having that argument and the brain rot and the wall that would be put up instantly, that nothing you would say would ever get into this person's brain. It would be that level of conversation. It's more where it falls on the calendar year. It's the last long weekend before everyone goes back to work, and that's what will be hard to break. You know what? That makes so much sense. Should I just had a revolution?
An old case for my precinct. A couple of Jim's migrants saw a Stajajko stopped in the street.
Hey, you're talking about revolution. Maybe you should be out on the streets trying to get California to do that referendum to maybe join Canada. How do you feel about Kim Kitsugari? Is Kim Kitsugari this guy? Yes, he is. I think that he is boring so far. He knows more than he's telling me. And he's an elitist, but I don't dislike him.
They said it was an honor killing, Hussar style. The James community protested the trial, flying the banners of some old king or whatever. 5,000 came to protest.
Correction. 4,395. The fourth largest public protest of a criminal trial in Revachol.
I know, but putting it on a ballot and having a referendum still would piss off half the right, and I'm in favor of that. I hate to correct you, but there was actually less than that.
Is that so, officer?
Oh yeah, no, they would invade
I'll take you
California
at your
with the
word.
military if you tried. Who are the Zemesk
People we are paid to protect. Let's
Fair.
leave it at that.
What'd they sentence the killers to do?
4 years for murder in Reunion.
Reunion.
The perps were remorseful. Their sorry knocked 8 years off the sentence. That's the system.
The prisons in the greater
You know what?
Revachol
I'm kidding. You know what?
Industrial
Don't do that.
Harbour are
Lord
already
Fluffy,
full.
be safe.
Prisoners are expensive to maintain. The longer the sentence, the larger the cost.
Let me link the Eureka flag in right there. Yeah, you don't have to be willing to die. I forgot that there's like real danger that they might actually send the military if California tried to secede and become part of Canada.
Yes, detective?
So interesting. Before we proceed, I got an option on the paint job. They should have left it baby blue.
You sure you're not Jimsk?
Yes, you're sure you're not. Or if you are, it's only in that
What the
Revacholian
fuck
way.
does that mean? Is that me healing myself? Okay, I think that's how I heal myself. I think we just discovered that one. Not go any further this way. Is there a way to like speed up time? Because I really don't think I can do anything until the next day now. Anyone who's played before? How do I speed up time? Is there a way to do that? You can read books at the bookshop? Cool. Alright, I'll give that a go. Thank you.
Welcome to Revachol.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors
I'd
came to
rather,
this
like,
island a
the
mere
least
300
amount of
years
people
ago.
get hurt when we do socialism. I'd rather nobody die, actually. Shockingly enough. Nobody should die.
Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you. It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
I like Kim a lot more now.
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to
I don't
actually
believe in the
attain
death penalty. I just want to take all of their money away and then maybe put them into, like, mental health care systems because they all have brain damage from having too much money. It's like being addicted to PCP and meth for 15 years. That's what being a billionaire does to your brain. So like they need some like medical help. And yes, sovereign citizens especially ruined it. What he means is, fixated on the Rocholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination. This is true. You're undermining our best shot at real self-determination.
Oh, come on, man. I just said, welcome to Rivachol.
If they do, then that happens. Thing. But that's not, you know, I don't want that to happen. I would, in fact, give them free healthcare if it did.
I know exactly what you mean.
Ideally.
You think my kind doesn't belong here? That I should watch myself and behave?
It represents migrants banding together to protest the British tax on goldfield, so it's actually a super-based movement originally. Such as the case for many things. Things get co-opted. Every time I say I'm a libertarian socialist, someone has to come in and say, oh, well, that's an oxymoron. Because they don't know what, like, the original, like, where libertarian came from as a word. It doesn't matter.
But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM.
You wouldn't lose your computer.
It's actually my job.
And you wouldn't lose your home. You just wouldn't own your home. You'd own your computer.
I would advise you to remember that.
And also, if you feel like you would have a heart attack if you lost your computer, or really even, like, your phone, please, for, like, your own benefit, spend 5 minutes a day in a room with no external stimulation. Just, like, no screens. Just go into a room and just spend 5 minutes a day in there. 10 maybe, if you can do it. Every day. That is true, Lord Fluffy Art.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
You two make a cute couple. You know that.
What about making food? What about making food? Like, that you're doing something with external stimulation if you're making food. You're watching the food cook. You're trying to make sure that it's all right. You're trying not to burn it. I want you to spend 5 minutes in a room where you don't do anything. Just nothing input and no output. Sit there and think for 5 minutes a day. 5 minutes every day. Yeah. You just sit there and think. You don't even have to think. You can sit there with an empty mind. You can try specifically to not think, which is meditating, or you could just think about things for 5 minutes. Set a timer with your phone, put it outside the room. You can talk to yourself. That's fine. That's still internal, not external input. I just think that it would be helpful if a lot of us, I don't know, tried to do something like that more often. It's difficult for a lot of people to, I don't know, just sit with their feelings. And part of that comes from constant input from outside sources. What's up, Popshevsky Conscience? You know what I mean, though? Like, it's difficult to just sit and do nothing because we're uncomfortable with our own thoughts. And I want you to get more comfortable with your thoughts. I've legit given speeches while staring at the roof. I don't know why. I was cooking too. You can do that every day and then take those things that you learn, those skills that you develop, even talking to yourself in a room alone, you're realistically, you're just thinking out loud. So adopt those into your day-to-day. Just some time without any screens around you will do wonders for your mental health. And some time where you spend inside your own head will also do wonders for your mental health. Even if you are very, very depressed and the inside of your head is not a nice place, spending some time in there will make it better.
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Now that's settled, we have a couple questions.
Whatever you say, officers.
So start a YouTube channel, Lord Fluffy Art. What was that argument all about?
It's about biological determinism. Not the most popular topic nowadays, with a coalition in charge and all.
Oh, so you're just a racist, makes sense.
I'm not just racist. Look, I've read books, huh?
Popshevsky, that's exactly true.
Theory has all been proved.
If you accept that some of your thoughts are irrational, it gives you a degree of agency over them. If you accept that your thoughts are rational, even, and they're negative, it still gives you some agency over them.
People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design.
Oh yes, I can really tell you're a prime example of superior
Occidentals
design.
should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that.
Cutting down procrastinating to a bare minimum is also good news. I mean, yeah, that works. CBT is a wonderful tool. There's so many different, like, phrases and words to describe this, like CBT, no, cognitive behavioral therapy. But I did also think about that, Lord Fluffy Art. It's always funny when someone says it. But lessening procrastination, meditating, being offline for a bit, all of these are the same thing. It's just spend some time in your head alone and think about your thoughts. Americans, realistically, most people in the world think that they're thinking, but they're not thinking. And that's where a lot of the issues come from.
Open your eyes. Haven't you noticed something different lately? An unfortunate downturn, maybe? Huh? When members of the superior race cease to believe in their innate superiority, they stop competing for resources.
And?
This concerns you, policeman, so you better be vigilant. The damn kips are showing up good lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other intruder species too.
So just
They're
be
on
a
the precipice of
VTuber,
cultural
Solitaire.
victory.
Just be a VTuber. Have like a little like anime icon that's on screen and put like a slight voice modulator on there. It's fine. And like honestly, no one's gonna find you with your voice without your face on it as well. And there's gonna be deepfakes of everybody in like a year or two. It's actually one of the things I'm gonna cover on the next
Cultural
stream.
victory.
But like,
what is this then?
it's gonna happen anyway. I look at what happened with Elon. Elon is like, it's still going. All of that shit's a distraction with like the Adrian whatever. But like, you can do it. VTuber politics, oh no? I mean, true, but you can still do it. You can still do it better than the rest of them do.
Oh?
Yeah, I'm not down with this. Why don't you go fuck yourself? Yeah.
Don't push your luck, runt.
Wanker. What is this? Both, Lord Fluffy Art. I think they're talking about both. What's happening here?
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
You get to decide.
We can sit on benches after we've
Pick
solved
one.
the murder. Let's go.
Okay, guys, can we not talk about cock and ball torture while I'm playing a game?
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when
Like,
Lieutenant
not kink shaming
gone.
anybody. It's just it's not exactly
Inexplicable feminist agenda.
appropriate to the conversation.
There is something you need to see, sir. We found the remnants of an ancient artifact.
I know, don't be sorry, it's fine.
Hypothalamus. It is a cylindrical object.
Honestly, if it was
disweathered,
politics
a
stream,
smelling of liquor. The
I would have been
paint is
okay with it.
peeling off,
Yeah, the brain
but
rot is too
you can
strong.
clearly make out the letters revolutionary feminist agenda on the hull. It appears that some time ago, before you became a joke, you were an actual feminist. Somehow, you've come to that conclusion. Perhaps you can work your way back.
Would have to quit drugs to get here? Is my name Harry? Did you just spoil that? Do I know my name now? Okay, so I guess I have that now, right? Yeah.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and bullet holes in the front.
Good mailbox.
The box seems happy.
Good. As it should. Okay, so the bookstore is where I can fast forward time a little
Hello
bit.
again, sir.
Yes, I have gotten to the part where I roll up my sleeves and start building communism. Somewhere. Over here. Or did I not save that? Is it gone? Oh yeah, here we go. Communism. Working on it. I died laughing when you said what you said. I don't even remember what I said.
Hello again, sir.
I'll have to look in the Discord on my phone because the game crashed again when I had it up. Okay, can you guys not talk about cock and ball torture while I'm playing this game?
You fail to deduce anything substantial. She waits intently.
It's okay, sir.
How do I heal my morale?
You disappointed a small child. Well done, champ.
That's mean. I didn't mean to disappoint a small child. Oh, okay, I can just heal myself. What the fuck? How did I not know that? I mean, you can.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
Where's Wirral?
An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition.
Well, I think you have to do it while I'm streaming, or you have to go and do it through the VOD later.
There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate
you would have
cover
had to
art,
get it at the time.
Hunters of Katawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure
Are we gonna play
game book
D&D
titled
in
Tales
Disco
of
Elysium?
Wirral. Cat books in a board game section? Who wants to read books? There's a box that says Wirral 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements module. The side panel notes, a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays
if you can play
25 real.
A tabletop game in this game, I will literally just die.
That price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplement.
Sounds like some nerd shit.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Heimdall somewhere. Rows and rows of Heimdall men blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Heimdall and the Mammoth
It's not
Riders.
lost forever. You know, you can
Man
just
from
go
Heimdall,
into the VOD
Return
after
to
stream because
Heimdall,
it's still on the Twitch
and
channel.
The Solipsistic.
There's even like a
Man
button
from
for you to
Heimdall
clip it
and
while
the
you watch it.
Heimdall Man.
Good God, how many are there?
Maybe 100. Man from Heimdall and the sages at the end of the world. Man from Heimdall
Art,
and the false
timestamp.
god.
We're hour 24 minutes
Man
in.
from
Go to an
Heimdall
hour 20,
and
you'll
the
find it.
scorched Earth. Man from Heimdall, the Heimdall colonies. Man
There's
from
too many
Heimdall and the
times
swamp
I've heard
beast.
this word
The
that
display rack
I've lost.
before you is burdened under piles of Man from Heimdall novels.
My pain threshold is reducing because of this.
A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch.
Man from
Your
Heimdall,
eye starts
exactly, yeah.
twitching. Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular Man from Heimdall in chains.
What are we, Donald
kneeling
Trump now?
in
Why are we
front of a
talking about
staircase
muscular
leading
men?
to a throne. A woman sits on the throne, leering at the man. Between the throne and the Heimdall man lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the woman's headdress looks like a pair of devil horns. The title reads, Man from Heimdall and the Devil
Aren't
Woman.
all women devil women? True. No, I'm kidding.
The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Heimdall novels.
Oh, Man from Heimdall. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books. Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives.
That's true.
All those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do. At last, someone sensible. However, I still urge you to buy one. If
I
you're a
can't
novice
afford
the
any of
series,
these books. I need more money. How much money do I have? I can't even see how much money I have. Someone must know about my gun. Someone local. Ask the local pawn shop. I thought I already asked the local pawn shop. Oh, I did. That's where I got this information from. Maybe we'll just do that again. Maybe it didn't save right, and maybe I need to go talk to that guy again. But from what I heard from him, was that he sold it. He sold it to somebody like a couple days ago. So I don't know where the fuck to go start with trying to find it. What do you got for me, mate?
Hello.
Yeah.
Let me know if I can help you with anything. Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
No, none of those.
Another time, perhaps. Sure thing.
Any idea where I can find this buyer?
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from.
A needle in a haystack.
So it is a woman.
There is nothing you can do about it now.
Sure, man.
I remember who I thought it was. I think it was it was one of the little girls standing near the graffiti up in the north by the docks. I think she has my gun. Wrong way?
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
God, I really hate save scrubbing, but I don't know what else to do right now.
Just an ordinary wall. You have no clue. So many walls all over Martinez. Weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeling.
Rip, worth a try. Alright. Kid up there has my gun. Oh. Conceptualization -1 suggestion. That'll do. That'll do for now.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked.
Damn, tell her we're the real police.
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
There is no reply. Just faint sweeping sounds inside. The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside.
Oh, then talk to me through the door,
Doesn't
ma'am.
matter who I am. Now go on, get out of here. Ha! The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here.
Please let me inside. It's cold out here.
No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door. There must be another entrance to the east.
Okay. Let's start. I hadn't got back here yet. There we go. Now we're cooking with fire. Another splatter of bullet holes. Okay, what's in the box? A hat? No, actually, I want rhetoric. I don't need the reaction speed yet. That'll be good for when I fight that big guy, though. That is balcony with a view to the yard and hanging.
There must be another way into the building.
Why was that so loud all of a sudden? Holy crap. Well, if I can't get in through that door... Okay. That's fine. Aha! Okay. I know what I need to do now. This game is so confusing. I do love games that don't hold your hand and make you figure it out yourself. As frustrating as it is to be figuring it out as you're playing and not know what you're doing, it's so much more satisfying when you actually do something, when you figure something out. Can I get in there? We're getting here. Okay, that's from the hotel. That's okay. One thing at a time. Climb up the ladder. I'll need my reaction speed hat for this one.
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one. The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous crane towering in the distance over the container yard. The look in his eyes is a mix of the engineer-like interest and the wonder of a 6-year-old seeing a horse for the first time.
Now that is a huge crane.
His eyes trace the crane's contour, as if trying to memorize its majestic shape. Then he notices your gaze.
Yes. We were in the middle of something. Your cloak.
What was that about?
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous... The look in his eyes is a mix of the...
Yes, that's one way of putting it. It's certainly an impressive achievement of engineering. But I digress. We were focusing
okay, so he's an
on
engineer.
your cloak.
Good to know. See if I can make this jump and not die.
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own.
Yes! Success! You still haven't finished your Baldur's Gate playthrough?
As you leap in the air,
the end of
a
that
chilly
game
breeze
is so
engulfs you,
emotional, you really need
sharpening your senses.
Yeah, that was a good roll. 8%
As the concrete floor
success
welcomes
rate.
you realize it's been a while since you felt so alive, alert, capable. Must be the adrenaline.
It tends to happen, you know, when you're an alcoholic and a drug addict that's sad and depressed and loses your shoes in your hotel room. You do tend to, I don't know, not feel alive.
I knew you could do it. My climbing down might not have been as disco
Man, just
as your
skip
jump,
whatever
but at
tasks
least
you have
can
left
explore
and
the
just go
harbor
on
now.
to Act 2. You can always go back and play the game, like, in full next time. You should just experience the story.
With your feet firmly planted on the concrete.
Are you
the
just
noise
waiting
of
until,
the
like,
harbor
you and I
rushes
can
back
play?
in.
Can I stream from Xbox directly onto, like, Twitch? Is that a thing I can do? I need to figure that out. We talked about this on stream the other day, but do you guys know that it's illegal to collect rainwater depending on where you are in the country? In America, at least. Wait, this isn't good. This gives me the shivers. That's not good. Fuck.
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, tokens unavailable due to strike. Use
Channel
change.
5 just dropped in a LA Fire video. Can you link it? Because I'm going to cover all of that on Monday. I'll just throw that in my source documents. I mean, to be fair, there'll be a bunch of, like, videos out from then, but I also do like having some that are not the most recent.
The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move.
Give it a go.
It's unclear whether you actually have muscle memory. Right now, your finger is just drawing vaguely occult patterns in the air.
Useful patterns?
Undoubtedly, no.
Yeah, no. Probably
sure, why not?
Okay, well, there's a magazine. Or a book. Cool, okay, that'll work. Read that and pass time now. Filing cabinet. Every worker equals member of the board is written on the top of the flyers. I mean, yeah, based. Thank you, Cheeseburger Murph. Yep. Shit is annoyingly difficult to schedule. I just want to play Baldur's Gate 3 with other people, but I can't ever get... That's the same problem that everyone who wants to play Dungeons & Dragons has. It's the exact same issue. Unions demand democracy. Andrew Callahan is one of my favorite journalists, always finds the best angles of the stories. I don't really, know him by name all that much. I'll have to look closer
someone
into him.
has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders. Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into
I'd
Revachol
probably know him
from
by,
the
like, his
outside
face, but
world,
not his name, Cheeseburger
from
Murph.
Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara. And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol, Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting
I'm the
blurry.
opposite. I tend to only like single-player games. I don't like multiplayer games for the most part. I can,
Whatever's
depending
hidden
on
here
them. Like,
is hidden
playing GTA 5
Concentration
with a
isn't
full
enough.
group of
Only a
people
trained
on,
accountant
like, a
with a
headset
background
when
in
you're trying to,
logistics
like, do
would be
jobs.
able
That's
to
fun
really
because it
make
involves
sense of it.
teamwork. It involves
However,
coordination.
there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer.
I would never ever play Hearts of Iron. I just would never.
It appears to
Couldn't
be
make
a
me.
to-do list written in large, uneven
You could send me
capital
50
letters.
subs and I still wouldn't do it.
Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, sweep office floor, more banners.
Special Whirling Borscht is my favorite.
All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
Turn to Lieutenant. Look him a to-do note with the list of errands for Everett.
Everard Clare, probably. The head of the Debarders Union.
Oh no, I know you're not.
One of his
I'm just
aides
like,
must
that's me
have
making a
left it.
statement about how
Nothing
much I dislike the
incriminating here.
community of that game. The game itself doesn't look bad. It looks like a fun game. It's just the people that play it. Which is another reason I tend to not like multiplayer games, because all of the communities are toxic. I used to play RuneScape. I still kind of do for more than a decade. And if I even just like spend time in a public area in that game where you can just see chat, it's all right-wingers, it's all like hating women, it's all racism. Every game is like this now. And that's partially because right-wingers market to gamers. They market to gamers, they market to nerds, comic book people, like all of that content on YouTube, on Twitch is generally filled with, inundated with coded and overt misogyny, racism, homophobia, blah blah blah. You guys know this.
The special borscht seems a bit odd in the list.
Yeah, it did seem a bit odd. Take another look.
Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, sweep office floor, more banners.
Lord Fluffyart, go to the library and you live in California, so I'm sure you have a local library that probably has like an event board that has flyers for things that you can go join in and engage in community in person. You can go make friends like that. Kaminsky, is this a big problem for the Westerners? I'm honestly asking without trolling. As in, like, gaming and nerd content being inundated with right-wing messaging. It's not just Westerners. It's pretty much standard across the board right now. I mean, you can look at South Korea as a good example.
All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled. The drawer slides shut smoothly. Mazovian socio-economics.
Hell yeah.
0.000% of communism has been built.
True.
Evil child-murdering billionaires still rule the world with a shit-eating grin.
True.
All he has managed to do is make himself sad. He is starting to suspect Krasmazov fucked him over personally with his socio-economic theory. It has, however, made him into a very smart boy with something like a university degree in truth. Instead of building communism, he now builds a precise model of this grotesque, duplicitous world.
Downtrodden Inva-communist? What does that mean? Well, this isn't necessarily where we need to go. Right? These are all different, like, ideologies that I can develop over time, right? Because I have to get through the thoughts. Makes sense. Well, I'm from Russia. I don't care about Koreans, therefore I don't care about them. I mean, fair. You're in Russia, though, so, like, you experience this as well. I'm sure that any content that you have access to in relation to media centered for boys is filled with racism, homophobia, and misogyny. Russia and America are like the two biggest spreaders of this ideology. Of like manosphere type. 3,000 hours in COD, Jesus Christ. I played Halo 3 quite a lot. That was one of the only like multiplayer games I really liked playing. Halo 3 was great, honestly. Okay, let's read a book. How do I interact with the book? The interact button in your inventory.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover.
My antlers.
Because white antlers are one of the symbols of communism. They represent a society in accord with the natural world and at the same time above it. Because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see.
I see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can be whatever you want in this game, yeah. I'm trying to see if I can do libertarian socialism in this game. That'd be cool. Everyone talks about wanting to build communism.
There aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention.
I'd rather...
just column after column of closely set
anarchist
text,
socialism.
interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white. After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections: international development, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note.
What's the editor's note?
Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, Du cristal à la fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turned to smoke under communism. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée, unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel. La Fumée is committed to telling the radical truth, even when that truth may drive away potential subscribers.
By the way, this is an actual issue that I also have, so don't forget to jump onto the YouTube channel and drop a like and subscribe, because committing to telling the truth, regardless of how people feel about it, is not necessarily the best way to grow.
Only 4 issues in, and it sounds like they've already alienated their readership.
Absolutely.
So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today. Yours in struggle, the editors. You flip back to the front of the magazine.
I want to catch
the
up
table
on
of contents
international
unfolds before you. This section includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round of free trade negotiations between the EPIS nations and the Free State
So,
of
like,
Semenai.
NAFTA, basically? Free trade negotiations between, like, major powers, at least in our modern society, just tends to be shipping labor off to countries that have cheaper labor costs and less regulations on moral labor.
You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling along the Messina border.
Well, I'm not
Something
saying you're,
about bear wrestling
like,
in
I'm not saying
Samara,
you are
book
one of
riots
those
in
people. I'm just
Yugograd.
saying the media that you watch likely has those messages inundated in it. Kaminsky, it's not a statement about you. It's a statement about our modern media, because Russia and America are 2 of the more predominant pushers of these thoughts, but it's not just that. Like, all of Europe is on board. Australia is not necessarily. Like, we're kind of still in the middle. But the Middle East very much agrees with these ideas for the most part. They just have different, they just point the finger at the other side. All of this is stupid, though, because the only real issue is the wealthy. But the reason that anytime you want to go play a game that's multiplayer, that you have to be surrounded by idiots, racists, misogynists, a lot of that is because there are content creators who are in these, like, fields, in gaming, in comic book, in media analysis of, like, Marvel movies or Star Wars movies. They're all pushing this type of messaging, this type of rhetoric in it. Half of them already believe it, because this has been going on for a long time. It started with, like, Gamergate, really. And it just continued to grow from there.
Face it, you really aren't interested in foreign affairs. You're not even sure where most of these countries are.
These are problems in our society because it benefits the wealthy and the powerful for these to be problems that we're dealing with, instead of paying attention to how the wealthy and the powerful are fucking you in the ass every day.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
All of the media pushes polarizing media. That's the point. Regardless of what you're polarizing against.
It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean arts and culture.
Ah.
Why they decided to title this one section Invalda is beyond you. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS. The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tournée, a critical Mazovian perspective.
Okay.
The Tip Top Tournée is an inter-Isolari racing series, mostly known for its high speeds, ludicrous sponsorship deals, and high death toll.
I mean, your state-run media
Il
does that anyway.
Is held quadrennially
it's just in a different way. It's polarizing
Zero
media.
Carousel racing circuit.
Russian state-run media makes Russians afraid, and also makes them more proud of being Russian and nationalist. But the same exact thing is every other state media, or really even if you don't have state media, then it's just your private media. They're all doing it because the point is to benefit the capital class. The media works for the capital class because they make money when the capital class wins.
This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer
They get to
by the
remain in
subject's
power.
evident
They get to
hostility
remain
to her
relevant.
interviewer.
Which is why, by the way, you can see quite a lot of independent media is now bought out as well. It's not about ideological differences anymore. It's about carving up the world to maintain power and money, and then ideological issues will come after that. Right now, it's about solidifying fascistic power in whatever region of the world you're in, because every region of the world has a fascistic, expansionist, belligerent power trying to do so. But all of those are just products of the wealthy. None of those are happening in a vacuum. None of the states' decisions, like America's decisions, Russia's decisions, Israel's decisions, China's decisions, they're all motivated by the wealthy wanting money and power. A, more of it, B, less of it for everyone else, and that's it. It's not even necessarily that they want more money. They just want you to not be able to get more money so that they can stay the wealthy.
You think you're settling in for a relaxing
customers
recap
making
of
me
the
do
most
work.
recent
Oof.
season, maybe sprinkled with some nice anecdotes about a few of the more colourful drivers.
Kind of feel that.
Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of Tip Top Tourney.
Is this liberal shit?
Where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism
man.
of its sponsorships. And then there's the practically criminal emphasis on deadly motor crashes. So, all of it, basically.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. What's wrong with good motor crash? They keep things interesting.
Oddly enough, this article has two bylines. Nasteb Encolada Bernal and Exilus Buka.
Am I gonna need to remember these names?
There's no way those are real names.
Well then, thank you for answering the question.
Have you ever met anyone named Exilus? Come on, they're plainly pseudonyms. Under capitalism, the article says, every pursuit has its price. Every pleasure, even one as elemental as the joy of racing others around a track, is reduced to an advertising opportunity.
I mean, I do agree with that.
Thus, the so-called tourney becomes a competition between increasingly meaningless brand
This is true.
signifiers. Your discount laundry detergent racing against a pack of Astra cigarettes, or even a Frita.
Right, but then you get to see them crash.
And that precisely is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of random, spectacular violence, audiences would quickly lose interest.
That is a problem.
At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for.
You're like, I don't want to pick this and then it give me like a thing that says that I'm in favor of the violence, because I'm not, but I just, no, whatever.
You see, one cannot avoid the conclusion that Tip Top Tourney is simply the apotheosis of spectacular entertainment under capitalism.
It's just spectacle. It's like gladiator fighting. Kim, how do you know Tip Top Tourney is actually an orgiastic ritual of capitalist destruction? I had no idea.
I can safely say the thought had never crossed my mind, Detective.
I wonder what else is just is really just a metaphor for life under capitalism. I wonder.
I'm sure most things are, if the young men who wrote this article are to be believed. If I had to wager, I'd say they've never even seen the inside of a motor, much less a motor race. I take whatever they write with a large grain of salt.
Fair.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
So let's say what they mean about local concerns.
Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dockworkers' strike. You skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Cape Side apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
Wouldn't it be better for everyone if labor and capital could reach some... Jesus Christ. Charging rent to live somewhere is pretty outrageous. True.
The writer G. Martin remarks dryly that capitalists love wealth redistribution so long as it's only redistributed upward.
True.
It's true. The rentiers have been bleeding you dry. You really ought to find your own place one of these days.
Yeah, even in this, you still can, whereas in our current world, you can't really do that in most places.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents.
Okay. Oh. Thanks for that. Wasn't a card in there, is it?
The file cabinet, the drawer, slide.
There you go. Smoker up here could have been a witness. That's the plan. Now I gotta pick up these bottles. I wish I could just select them all. Get down there. Maybe I have to go in here.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud. Listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit down and have a breather.
Okay.
The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thin grey pillow is attached to the seat, secured to the stiles by black ribbons.
Search for a little something to help you out.
The drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts. One small box, however, does hold some cheap painkillers. They are slightly out of date. You take the painkillers. They are yours now.
What do they do?
Oh boy, where to start? Elevated risk of dementia, mini strokes, prophet's disease, sudden death, hair death, erectile malfunction, critical flatulence, watery blood, black mucus,
These are my kind of
uncontrollable
painkillers.
weeping, increased sensitivity to La Opera, inoperable joint disorder, total spinal collapse.
Increased sensitivity to opera? What the fuck
Maybe
is this?
this was a bad idea.
Nah, great idea. 10 out of 10.
You stand and exit the booth.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table.
Let's get going. The entire neighborhood can see us up here.
Ah, yeah, fine. Stop being a pussy. Not afraid of the neighborhood seeing us. Come on, man. I don't know how to get down there. I thought I would be able to get down there from up here. I'd take them too in large amount. I mean, look. I'm role-playing this character. And this guy absolutely would have.
A rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marche and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. Marche. On.
turn it on.
With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
Okay. Pretty cool. Very slow. I'm not sure it's supposed to be dangling like that.
And with a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down. The harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again, now that its purpose has been fulfilled.
What purpose?
Moving this container, of course. For this purpose it was built. For this purpose it has acted.
Oh, it's like the trash can. Can I give it a nice pet? Good crane, you did
I
your
can't
job.
see how that was worth the records, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
The crane does not return to its original position.
Okay. What's this? Money! I love money. Especially when, like, I have none. What's in this crane?
Before you stands a cargo container. Just one of many in the yard.
I do think there's something special about this container.
Is this like your thing with that wall again?
Maybe, I can't tell.
You do? Because I don't.
Why not?
There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
It just feels special.
It's a cargo container, detective.
The
Just like all the
$1.30 I
others.
found? Yeah, it was someone's retirement fund. Sorry.
We are not here
It's
to
okay, I
interact
need
with
it more.
containers.
I'm the
We are
alcoholic
here
that
to
has
talk
no
to the
memory
union,
of my
right?
life. Nah, we're opening this door.
You attempt to turn the handle, to no avail. The doors seem to be mechanically locked. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement. No reply.
Persuade the door to open? Okay, no, hold on. I have to try this. That one off. Bad for rhetoric.
You're back before the cargo
Let's
container.
see if I can convince
Its
the door
drawer
to
has
open.
not lessened since you were locked. Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
Why am I?
Why are you what?
Anything at
Now
all.
is not the time to get philosophical, detective. We can do that after hours.
Damn it. I really wanted that door to open. Okay. Still, I'm in the wrong spot. And I don't know how to get where I want to go. The new door. It had all the gay and lesbian porn you needed behind it. Yeah. They're stealing your porn. How do I get into here? Come on. I think I just found something that I had missed before. And these two. Oh. Oh. 'Cause I can't open that door without a key code. Now I have to go back to the unions. Thank you for giving me an update on what I need to do. don't know how to leave this fucking rooftop, but the pieces are coming together, chat. We're putting them together. Getting it. How did I get in here, though? That's the one I can't get. How did I jumped down here. That's what I did. That's why I can't get out. I jumped from up there. Then how the fuck do I leave? It has to be through that container, because there's no other way to go.
This is the night watchman's booth.
If you must.
Nothing incriminating catches you. It's a black and white photo of a young couple. Rene looks like he's about to smile. This photo must be tied to some good memory.
Why did you take that picture of Rene?
I'm gonna ask about
You're really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but sure.
Okay. I still don't know how to get down from here.
A rusting control. No screech of metal when you push the button this time. The crane does not. No screech of.
Ah. I really don't know how to get out of here. There's not like any fast travel in this game either. Cam, what do I do?
Yes?
Nah. You can go to the right? Oh, thank you. That did not look like something you could walk on. That's what keeps getting me in this game. It doesn't look like you can go a direction, but then you can. Thank you. Much appreciated. More money. Musk of oil and rust comes from the chasm in front of you. Smells like blood. What's half-light? You can go to the right, yeah. Smells like burnt coffee. Here's some more money. It's okay, I'm just robbing, like, corrupt people. Banner section, the way to the rain. Who are you? What do you got to say, mate?
Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on.
The lyrics to this
I like
container
this guy.
song
This guy
are being
has a
made
good
up
vibe.
as he goes along. The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisunt on Muindi.
The words mean nothing to me because I don't know what the map looks like.
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard.
Hmm. Do not interrupt this little man in his joyous activity. Nah.
Everard, 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 he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister?
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen. Kind of makes you feel like an arsehole for no apparent reason.
Love that. I knew I'd dig this guy's vibe.
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
What is it with you scabs?
I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat.
True.
Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean,
Neither
mister.
do I. Okay, so we got a bunch of different things to ask
Oh,
you.
yes. Born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then. Too old to lose my
So is
accent
Mundi England if this guy's Irish?
People say us Ubis are up to all
Ubi
sorts of
is,
trouble with
Ubi
sheep
is
and other
Ireland,
animals
I
and
guess.
whatnot. I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No, sir. Those are just nasty rumors.
People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and animals. For anyone that's not in Australia, a really common way that Australians will be racist against New Zealanders is call them sheep fuckers. And so it's good to know that this is really just a global thing and that it has always existed. Not that it's good, it's very bad, but I do like knowing that at least it's common.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Not that like specifically came up with that. Alright, what are you doing with the containers?
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
What's going on here?
The containers in the yard are green in Wild Pine's livery, and the mountains rising behind Leo is all red in Union
they're
colors.
taking all of the...
It's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard's core.
Leo, has anyone told you why you need to change the covers?
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Says I go and tell them to everyone.
A pretty massive redecorating operation, Cam.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the Debarders Union logo on them.
Cracks.
Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all.
Where's everyone?
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Nope.
Not
That's
everyone
the point
is
of a
down
strike.
there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so.
I'm sure it's a week or so, yeah. What kind of trouble did these friends get into?
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that.
They
That's
killed the guy.
union business.
Either the scabs or the union killed that guy hanging from the train.
Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off.
Well, what did they actually do?
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know.
Oh, yeah,
I
boys will
haven't
be
been in a fight
boys.
since I was in middle school.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the heart ease.
Look at him. It's not going to be anything useful anyway. Don't fight it. Better to go with the flow.
Let's hear about this fight you got into.
I remember I was the runt of the class. The bigger boys always used to pick on me. You see, I had a bit of a temper back in the day. Flew off the handle like nobody's business. But Mr. Everett and
Pretty
his
Irish.
brother always came to help. Once they beat old Noel Becker so bad he needed stitches on his head. Noel never started another fight with anyone after this.
Who's winning? Right now, it seems like the union is winning. But the union's also not good, so...
Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar
We'll
are
see.
real nice
Good to
guys,
see you, Wick
mister.
TV, by the way.
You should go talk to Mr. Everett. I'm sure you'll be good friends. He's
Speaking
friends
of,
with everyone
since
around here.
Wick is here, real quick, Thursday next week, Thursday my time, Wednesday Eastern Standard Time, 5:30. I'll be joining Wick TV and be doing a debate with Quibbles. So subscribe, like the stream, and tune in, and also join the Discord if you want to watch. Now then.
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo.
That tracks. Only here in body, journeying the galaxy in spirit. Fair.
I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man.
I'm kind of both at
when
all
Mr. Edgar
times.
is out of town. And Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away.
I don't know, anyone of you ever feel like you have like 9 different trains of thought going in opposite directions, and then every once in a while they converge and you have an extra thought that comes out of that just creates another track of the train going in another direction?
Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
She's not the chick that we met on the boat, is she?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle
thought he
on
said
once
Leonard
the dinner's
Bellender.
done and me and the
Jesus
missus
Christ.
sit down beside the radio.
You need Jesus, man. Too gooner-brained. They aren't trains, they're warring tribes, they fight. I mean, I suppose that'd be the difference. I don't like to fight, I like trains. I'm too autistic for the warring tribes. I just want my trains.
But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around
It's
here.
almost
and
a
I'm
stereotype.
always busy keeping things running here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
I think you're doing a great job.
Yes, this place really seems to run like clockwork. Keep it up, Leo.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot, really.
Almost.
Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. But you guys are all right.
People who do the real labor.
The white rectangle on your clothes might not mean an awful lot in Martinez, but the recognition from an authority figure made Leo's day.
Aw, so nice. Are you the Leo who wrote the note to make more banners?
Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht.
What about the borscht? What are we doing with the borscht? I need to know.
Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started.
Oh no, they're drugging the workers.
It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is
They're
done.
drugging the union workers. Love that.
Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They
Something
brew
is
it in the
definitely
whirling in
off about
rags.
this.
Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir. Oh, yes, yes. Oh, yeah. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel... Yes, yes.
Okay, what
I'm
makes
taking
it
to
whirling?
them. Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad. Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
And now what is in this container?
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have
Contraband, good to
nothing in
know.
them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
Contraband, drugs, stolen goods, something like
Told
that.
you.
Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their
This
entire
guy sounds like
lives in this here
Pippin.
neighborhood.
Kinda. But I like it. Container is empty, like my mind, the best way to be. Yeah, I mean, I was just telling people a little while ago that you should try and spend like at least 5 minutes a day in a room with no like screens, no input, and just empty your mind. Not even necessarily like meditate, just let it out alone.
Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar,
No
his
thoughts,
brother,
just
are
vibes.
real good
Exactly.
guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school we did when we were boys.
Easy now, Leo. I just want to know where I can find the
Oh,
guy.
Mr. Everett is where he always is. In his office, of course.
Okay.
Bye-bye now.
Well, thank you. That was very helpful. Coffee in the giant thermoses, warm. Oh yeah, I can already, like, we can see half of this guy and I can already tell. A taxidermy fish that tells time.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you.
The portrait they have of him is amazing. I love this so much.
With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair.
Wait,
yet
I gotta pee. I'll be right
says
back,
nothing.
and then we'll continue on.
He simply stares at you.
It feels weird complaining because some of you are freezing your asses off, but it's so fucking hot here today. Is it bad that I don't want to help my mom and sister? They keep harassing me about making food, and I really don't want to since I have hard feeling towards them. It's like, are you asking me if it's a morally bad thing to not want to help them, or is it like to not want to? I don't think is bad. Whether or not you do it is contextual. Your mom and sister regularly harass you, so like not doing something for them does make sense. Like I if it was me in that situation, I wouldn't, but I'm not a good example to take because I'm an idiot. So do with that what you will. I don't think it's morally bad that you feel that way. I can't speak for the actions. Are you in charge of the dock workers?
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat.
What is this voice? You don't sound like a guy that looks like a walrus.
I'm Everard Clare, head of the Dubardes Union here in Martinez. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up.
Oh yeah, you got that gout, I'm sure.
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Why are you calling me Mr. Dubois?
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat.
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right. It's nothing. Forget about it. Filter it out.
I don't sit. It's kind of my thing.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions.
As he nods, his multiple chins move like ocean waves.
I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any man who won't face me at eye level.
I would literally just walk up to this desk, grab this fucker by the face, and tilt his eyes up to look at me. Like, come on.
Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation.
You're no Titan affiliation, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down or leave.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men...
This guy is a piece of shit.
Can be of great use to one another.
And this is a video game. So, like, being violent towards shitty characters in video games is perfectly fine.
So tell me, how can the head of the Dubardes Union help a representative of the Revolutionary Citizens Militia today?
Beating the shit out of Saburo Arasaka in Cyberpunk. That guy's like 75,000 years old. He looks like Joe Biden. Still would punch him in the face in that game. Nothing wrong with that.
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world.
A good quote that I like to think about about that sentient juice I found that people who have to ask for respect are pathetic. If you've watched Game of Thrones, I mean, it's a good line in there. Anyone who has to say, I'm the king, is not the king.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have known
Enjoy the banh mi.
It pains me to say.
I'm not really big on, like, Asian foods in Australia because they all have ginger in them, and I really cannot stand the taste of ginger, so I'm really particular about, like, Asian food in Australia. So gunning down racists in video games over and over again until they quit the game is fair? Yes.
This should take care of that nonsense.
It's not going to happen, though. That's the thing. They'll not quit the game. They are... Those people that go into online, like, multiplayer games and then just spend the entire time in the lobby being racist and mean to other people are miserable. They have nothing better to do. You're never going to get them to quit the game because that's what gives them joy, is arguing with you.
It should be sufficient to cover your
mute
expenses
them
for a few days
and, like,
patch over your
everyone else
with
on
a
your
cafeteria
team
manager.
Spawn kills them until
Take
they
it.
leave. That's perfectly valid. It should be sufficient to cover the expenses for a few days and patch over your difference with the cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
Hey, that's 25 real. That's good money. Think of all the stuff you could.
It's not even confirming self-doubt, it's that they demand respect and they'll ask more than just respect from you. Well, sentient you say it starts with the respect and then the respect leads into them demanding everything. I have tried banh mi, but like there's depending on where you get it, apparently. I've heard that does vary in quality. So maybe it was the place that I got it, but like I tend to just, if I want Asian food, I'm getting hot pot, because then I get to decide what's in it, and it's soup, and it's noodles, and it's just delicious, it's spicy, and I get to eat it, it's fun. The chief concern of narcissism, true. So. You can take the comically large check and shove it up your ass. If I take this money, do I have to do something for him? I've heard a rather rude reception from some people. Lawrence Carter, some people have no manners, pains me to say.
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man
Hot
in
does
him.
go hard.
A real piece of work, that boy is.
What does respect mean to you, Wick TV? Because I'm sure we have very different, like, perspectives and outlooks on what respect is and what it should be. This guy sounds like a fedora tipper? Absolutely.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't
How was I supposed to know I was supposed to sing it? You didn't put like a little musical note emoji. I mean, I'm gonna take the money. I'm not gonna do anything for him.
Is there anything you'd like to say to me? Or...
No.
Cool? I wouldn't go that far. I'm sure there are cooler things than delivering a comically oversized novelty
Wick, I don't know the song. Maybe I'm too young. I'm only 29.
But, sure.
And I do
if
agree
that's
with you,
what's
Sentient
cool
Juice, but I
nowadays.
just don't think it's a myth. I think it's a social construct. We invented it to be to control people, yes, but it is not a myth. It's a social construct.
Now, I'd like to set your mind
And not to say that we actually invented it to control people. It's just used to control people.
Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
Thank you. I know. I'm sure you are, because you want to take it instead. When we say respect, right? I don't think that this was a thing that was invented. I think that this was just a social construct that developed in society when we were much more communal based, and the, like, elders of the village tended to have more knowledge, more experience, and so people looked up to them. And then as we spread out from these communal communities, we kept the idea of respect, but then it was used as a way of control, authority, oppression. You still, like, to this day, hear respect your elders, except that doesn't apply in the situation that we're in, the context that we're in. Your mom is a social construct. True, Oxpecker. I mean, you don't have to be respectful, but if you're disrespectful, I'll definitely treat you differently than you're respectful. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Respect, though, is something that's earned. Like, I don't think that anyone should... In our current society, right now, respect is earned. I don't think it should be this way. I think everyone should just be respected at an amount that is equal and equitable to everybody. Everyone has the same human rights, deserves the same... life deserves respect, but it's not useful in a scenario of capitalist mode of production. Respect in our modern society is used specifically to control and oppress, whereas respect in a communal society would be placed on people who help the community. I call things a myth because if you don't call it a myth, it validates it for people. I mean, to be fair, yeah, I do see the benefit of using the word myth over social construct there. It goes back to messaging that is simpler that right-wingers can latch onto. Like, TV, if you treat me nice, I'll be nice. If you swear at me, I'll swear back. Well, I mean, I swear like a fucking sailor. But yeah, my default is to also be respectful to other people. Wait, it's good to validate respecting others? It is. You should respect others. It's just, in our current society, you shouldn't respect everybody immediately. Respect should be earned. You should treat them with respect until they do otherwise, but that doesn't mean you should respect them. The way you act and what you believe don't have to match up one-to-one when it comes to something like this, when it comes to a social construct.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun.
I treat them with respect until they lose it. I don't respect them until they earn it. That's the difference between you and me. But functionally, it's the same outcome. It's almost indistinguishable in practice. It's all internal based.
The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear.
I would prefer
Only
your
two
system
words
of respect
escape
them
its
until
gravitational
don't disrespect them until they earn
Lost
it.
and gun.
But it's not viable right now because nobody engages honestly, or very few people do. It's very easy to openly lie, and people do act in bad faith. I try to act as if everyone's acting in good faith. I try to, even to the point of almost naivete, of pretending that like this person is not most likely a piece of shit, even though in my head I think they're most likely a piece of shit. I won't treat them as such. I'll treat them as a regular person. It'll just, usually what ends up happening is my original vibe check of the person ends up being validated. If you're honest, they'll use it against you. It's not worth being honest when people treat you like shit for it. I still think it's worth doing because it shows your integrity, and how you do it matters. You don't have to, like, if they're just straight up lying to you, you don't have to argue back with facts. In fact, you shouldn't. At that point, you just call them a retard and make fun of them. It's like the don't play defense video that we watched from like the alt-right playbook from 7 years ago. But as a base point, you should act as if everyone is in good faith. You should just be aware that they're likely not and prepare for outcomes that could come from that, depending on the context that you're in and the people that you're engaging with.
When he said, "Don't worry," he actually meant be very worried.
Yeah, no shit.
Are you all right?
Nah,
Harry?
you're not interrupting game.
You say you've got this,
I'm a
but
yapper.
you seem a little anxious to me. Don't be. Everything's going to be all right.
Also, I'm thinking about like the next decision to make.
It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know
looks like
I have
pudding
a
and a
feeling
frog mixed
everything's
together.
going to be all right.
Should respect be earned or should disrespect be earned? Are you asking me as my ideal or in our current like context? Because the answer is different.
Officer, we will deal with this later. We don't need Mr. Clare's help with this.
Ideally, disrespect should be earned. Right now, though, respect should be earned. But you should still treat people as if they already have your respect until they lose it.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
You just shouldn't, expect them to do it back. Oh, okay, well, you're a mod. You should be able to make the poll, but sure. Should respect be earned? Yes. No. Mod can't make it themselves, can they? Unfortunate. There you go. Sorry, I couldn't write the whole thing out in the title, so I just wrote a third one. People too often confuse respecting someone with liking it. I strongly dislike John Doyle's values, but during the 2020 election, I found his propaganda genuinely intimidating and not to be underestimated. I agree. I can respect people that I don't like, but treating them with respect is different than respecting them, which is what I'm trying to get to. In that you should treat people with respect by default until they earn otherwise, but you should not respect people by default.
Officer, we will deal with this later. We don't need Mr. Clare's help with this.
I just believe respect is arbitrarily given based on how stupid the person giving it is. I mean, at the moment, yeah.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
God damn it. I can't save scrub. 3% chance of winning. Oof.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you?
No.
You're about to cry because you lost your gun and those children are gonna shoot themselves with it.
I I mean, I like both of these answers, but honestly, I at that point, you're gonna cry. This guy's an alcoholic with, like, no emotional intelligence or memory of his life.
You want to cry? God, you're weak. Whatever you do, don't cry.
If I had my gun, I would just shoot him.
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so good.
We can say it's earned, but not earned when it comes down to respect in and of itself is completely arbitrary. There's barely even a point in talking about it. I kind of do agree. So a streamer, basically, yeah.
What is this, Mr. Dubois? He keeps repeating. What is he trying to pull here? You need to cool the fuck down. Chill.
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry!
What is going on here? There are no Harrys. Let your mind go to a safe place. I feel like that's what he wants me to do, is dissociate. But both of these...
Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something? Are you having some kind of medical emergency?
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
Yeah, I'm fucking great. Yeah, you know what? This chair is uncomfortable, and I could use that glass of water. Why don't you get off your fat ass and go bring me some?
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was, I'm afraid we're wasting our time.
This is a really good example, right?
And I'm an extremely busy man.
Never...
As I'm sure you are, too.
A person that, like, wants other people to suffer. I often, even with the worst people, would like to give them a chance. But when you lose all respect for a person, it's much easier to have those violent urges, and video games are a good way of demonstrating this. This guy's a piece of shit, and he's continually being a piece of shit, which is agitating me and leading me to wanting to do violence against this guy. You need to learn how to separate those two thoughts, which is part of why sitting and just thinking every day is good, because you can do the dialectic. You talked about CBT earlier. Someone brought up cognitive behavioral therapy before you got into the cock and ball torture shit. Christ. But DBT is another version that you need to implement in your own personal, like, thought processes of there are two extremes, and both of the extremes are bad. You need to find yourself a middle ground that is stable, because extremes are not stable. I think we should try not to have those violent urges against people, even bad people. I agree. It's different in a video game, though. But I think that violence is bad. In fact, I kind of have to say that, TOS-wise anyway, but I do believe that violence is bad. I just think that it is a part of life and sometimes necessary. I just don't think you should be instigating it. Just never instigate violence, but you should absolutely protect yourself in a case of someone else instigating violence against you. Why I keep telling you all to go learn how to, shoot a gun, join the Socialist Rifle Association, learn to protect yourself. And also, talk to your neighbors, make friends with them, community, blah, blah, blah. You've all heard the spiel about 1 billion times by now.
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Yeah.
Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together and ask him questions. Police officer questions.
Let's go.
It is about time to stop embarrassing yourself. Questions will help you regain some of your lost dignity.
I want to talk about the hanging.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to discuss it with you. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me. But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Yes, that sounds good.
I do think the scabs did the hanging, but I still think the union boss needs to go. So.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines, incredibly talented at opening doors.
Are we door-opening machines, Kim?
I'm not sure I understand. If you're asking us to break down someone's door, it's not going to happen.
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked.
No.
A simple thing.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own.
Why don't you just open it
Harry,
yourself?
I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help.
Now, fuck you.
So what? Of course, Harry, I understand. But if that's the case, I don't think we'll ever find your gun. Even worse,
good to know you
we
have
won't be
it.
able to speak like equals about the murder. Perhaps this was just bad timing for you.
Yes, we both understand what...
This may be the only way he thinks. I won't hold it against you. In fact,
No, there's a lot of shit we can do.
reconsider later.
I met Joyce, the company representative.
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see.
Oh, yes.
I
The
hope you're
most
getting
jobless
along.
man in Revachol. Shut the fuck up.
One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here.
That's the problem.
Yes, we're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you shouldn't work with her just because you and I are such good friends. I'm not a jealous guy.
Why haven't you let her in to see you?
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
This literally just is an embodiment of the bourgeois class.
He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
Navart, Joyce seems to think the union is lowballing her.
Yes. Low-balling, of course. This isn't a casino, Harry. Real people, real livelihoods are at stake here. But everything's a casino for those rich types.
His expression makes it clear. This is childish and irresponsible behavior.
Union bosses can still be bourgeois. He's abusing the union. The union is like it's almost like people calling like the Soviet Union communist. It has all of the outward indicators of it being a union, but it's just another corporation. It's just not officially
Harry,
one.
Let me just assure you one more time.
But they function as the
It's
same.
perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. This is a completely transparent organization. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business,
Remember,
and I respect your privacy.
one of the union
Just
guards
remember,
that were
none of
stopping
this
us from
is
entering
secret.
the east side of town was a racist nationalist. I'm saying it feels like an attempt to show how unions are actually bad. No, but unions can be bad. This game is not it's not right-wing messaging. Unions can be bad. Unions can be corrupt. Because capital corrupts. The existence of capital begs the existence of a capital class. In a system where there's mostly corporations, unions can then become corporations in and of themselves if led by corrupt people that become corrupted through capital, through access.
Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun.
You have my lost
Tell
gun.
her
It's
about
probably in
everything.
your desk.
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him about her right now.
I'm told the union is involved with the local drug trade.
What? Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any Johnny
Depending
fat guy,
on the
but I
union,
can't
yeah,
take
lost so, but
slander.
unions
Are you actually
broadly
investigating
are
this?
good. They're just, it's like anything else. They're broadly good, but there can always be a bad apple in the bunch.
The reaction appears to be sincere, but it's impossible to tell with this guy, honestly.
I am investigating this.
You've hurt me, Harry. Me, a friend. But you know what?
Bribery?
I trust you, like I trust all my friends. And I know you'll never talk to me about this again, because you don't want to wound me. So do what you want, and let's change the subject.
Thick, thin-skinned little snowflakes.
He's hiding his real reaction beneath courtesy.
Yeah.
Thank you for your understanding. We will continue to do what we must.
You too, Lieutenant. You know, I like you, but you never were my favorite. I'm a Harry guy. I'm Team Harry.
None taken. Did we have anything else to do here, Harry?
You called me... Actually, why aren't you gonna ask me how I got in here? Nah, you probably already just have people telling you.
Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry. My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
Oh, so my name is actually Harry, okay.
I think the odds of that are very low.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong. However, if you did have a spot of memory trouble, I could help you out. With my big fat folder.
Words flow like a river of honey from his lips.
Demons. These guys are... This is how they all are.
I guess word has already reached him. No matter. No harm done.
He acts exactly like a CEO does. This is not like a union boss behavior, rhetoric.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
It's mob rhetoric. And that's coming from someone who grew up in Jersey in the 2000s.
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
We don't have any of that. No, we're not.
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
I mean, a 72% chance of winning. What kind of cop does it say I am?
Harry, you're not simply a cop, you're a star. A bright shining star in the drab law enforcement sky, outshining all other stars. You're a superstar.
Yeah, sure, yeah, you get me.
Of course I do, Harry. And I'm gonna help you shine. I'm gonna put you on all the big stages, your name in giant neon letters. Harry Dubois.
Let's get this straight. What is my full name? One more time?
It's Harry. Harry Dubois.
I thought you were Harry Dubois.
No, I'm really not. You are Harry.
Whatever.
And I can work with you, Harry.
Okay.
Now,
let's
what
have
else
a good
can I do
roll.
for you?
Come on, please, good roll.
As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders you saw in the file cabinet.
That's not an RCM folder, Everard.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt.
The
you should do
Census
something about
Bureau
them.
is so corrupt. That's a really interesting place to throw your corruption claim to. Now, it's not that it's impossible, it's just... What do you really have to gain? I suppose it depends on how the government structure of Revachol works, which we're still uncovering.
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions here in Martinez.
Fair.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very busy man. So is there anything else I can do for you, Harry?
You can go to jail.
That means he doesn't really know anything about you. A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
So the Census Bureau says my name is Harry Dubois.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on.
I'm looking into your shady brew. I forgot about that one.
I don't know what that means, Harry. Shady brew? There are so many moving parts in my operation.
Hey, Sister
I can't
Doll.
keep track of them all.
So I thought I threw them out to come watch you. Oh my god. I know you didn't, but like, sweet. I always
You know
love seeing
what?
you guys
Don't
come in
even tell
regularly.
me.
It makes me happy.
Whatever it is, do it. Surprise me.
No, not really.
Just one thing.
If you
can,
seeing like you guys regularly show up, and I like the idea of like a community building. You know, there's a lot of names that I recognize every day, and it's a good feeling.
He sincerely has no idea what you were talking about, and he doesn't care.
Sister Joel, you know I generally am pretty good with my guesses. When I don't know something and I guess, I don't tend to get it wrong. Not often.
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them.
It was attached to the Cavalcent crane.
Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
I'm telling you, there's drugs, guns, like contraband, something in that container.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
I did, and I failed.
Yes, your lost gun.
And same, Sister
My
Doll.
best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone.
Asking, I'm sure.
Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's
the only way to find
chat.
it seems to be working with him.
Do I,
He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Well, he is holding my gun hostage. You know what? I was gonna ask, do I try and like trick him and work with him to get my gun back? But no, honestly, I don't think I want to. Gun may have been bought from Roy's pawn shop. Have your men factored that in? I don't want. Fuck it.
Yes. Thank you for the hot tip regarding your lost gun, Harry. My men have indeed factored in that you pawned it.
It's in his desk.
Now, please, let the professionals do their job. Kick back, Harry. Relax.
I will not
I
be
have great
blackmailed
guys
with
on
this gun business.
You focus on
can
what's
fuck
important.
right off.
Harry. I was only trying to be tactful.
I can't.
A lost gun is a dangerous thing. I can't have it around in my neighborhood. Kids could be playing gun roulette with it as we speak. Teenage gangs could be arming themselves. Get a hold of yourself, Harry.
Are you sure
Not how this
we are
game
working
works.
on locating the missing sidearm as well?
At least not that I know
Mr.
of.
Kitsuragi. That's excellent news.
I'm not gonna open that
Looks
door
like,
for him.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate.
Great, wouldn't want to get stuck in here.
Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white union man. Take...
Sure. Absolutely not. Okay, I feel like I should probably put a point into motor skills or physique here. What's halfling? Yeah, no, not that one. We're going with motor skills. Let's go up in the motors. Hand-eye coordination. Wait, hold on. Aim and fire. That means I need the gun. Perception. Perception seems like a good choice to make there. That's fine. Throw in the physical instrument. Wait, no, conceptualization is still important. The special borscht.
Lonesome, long way home.
I've been voting for physique.
Here
yeah.
we go. Home awaits.
It's just too
Walk
low that I
past
can't,
Station
like, I can't even
41
fight that,
and
like,
through
Nazi.
the market, past
French
the Bully
Nazi.
Street spearhead, to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then, past the video rental store on the corner.
Bulletproof
There,
bullet.
at
I
the
read
end
that
of a
in this
street
voice.
lined with pine trees. A small
Good job
house,
with that.
no larger than a matchbox. 11 Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone. And so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer?
Oh, it was really
You
well
have to
done.
get
It, like,
back
it,
to
it,
work.
it didn't even think
That's
about it.
all
I
you have
just
now.
read it in this voice. Cool, okay. Have I unlocked ones to work on? still don't know how half of this shit works. That's okay. I'm gonna come back for this guy. Wait, how do I leave? Where's the door? Ah. This is a really fantastic game. I mean, it feels it. I still just don't really have an idea of what exactly I'm doing half the time, but good game. Can I talk to this now?
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened.
At least now I can get out. It's interesting how it gets you to be ignorant, as ignorant or knowledgeable as the character. Well, I do, like, it's an RPG, so I do like to put myself in the mindset of the character I'm playing if it's not like a create-your-own type character. You're slowly uncovering the corruption and contradictions inherent in each group. Exactly! We just got, like, done talking about how unions can be bad. They can be corrupt. Let me see if I can just fight this guy now. I think I might be able to.
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
He looked at his opponent and then stared into the camera with a great deal of contemplation in his mind. He felt weary from fighting off a cold, and all he could feel was the pounding of his brain. Finally, some words came out of his mouth before he was ready. We finally beat Medicare. True!
Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that.
You keep telling yourself
Claire,
that.
it also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline.
My
Your
jam?
petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure.
Is a mysterious
It is
fourth
lax and moronic.
God, so many terrible
Jam.
people.
Individualism. You have gotten these ideas from degenerate youth culture.
To be fair,
have
we
you
are
not?
too individualistic
You
of
have
a
picked
society.
them up from
He's
rock
still
and roll
wrong.
songs.
But, you know, even retards get something right every now and again. Got it from disco, actually.
Offshoots of the Seminoles
This guy is
people
Twitter.
invented disco while
This is just
having
Elon
sex
Musk.
under the influence of cocaine. It is a shame upon my race. But what is done is done.
Yeah, Nosballs.
I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many
That's
of the,
the union.
side products.
Lord fuck yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. The
of
union is like
inevitable
these guys.
victory of the
Whereas the
Seminoles
other ones are
race.
scabs, but they're also like not good either. None of these groups are good. There are no good groups. Everyone's kind of a piece of shit, and I think it's our job to make everyone less of a piece of shit. Wonderful, we're done with the sign of inquiry.
Measurehead
Yeah.
stoically looks to the distance.
So what do we have on our list now? Is it time for the end of the day debrief?
Yes. What do you want to know? Good.
Which side kicks puppies and which side touches kids? Honestly, probably both. Like, yeah, no, almost certainly. But like, these guys probably kick puppies more than touch kids, but I'm sure there's some in each. Wait, I haven't been in this building.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine.
I'm based off all the guys we've talked to in this, like, general vicinity of town. They're all pretty fucking racist now.
The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia.
What about the backseat?
The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains. A book with ragged edges catches your notice. The front cover features a large, muscular man. The title
Oh my god, it's the fucking Helm dolls again.
In the Lost City
Again with these assholes. Is the union boss a racist? I'm sure at the very least he is. Maybe not outwardly, but I mean, look at the people he's employing and having as, like, his enforcers. Most people that are okay with employing racists as physical Nazguls as physical violence enforcers are usually not racist themselves. It's kind of like, I don't think Donald Trump is a Nazi, but I think he's perfectly fine working with Nazis, which makes him just as bad as a Nazi. He is, like, if you sit down at the table with the Nazis, you're a Nazi, but he's not ideologically the same, but he'll still engage in the same behavior. And so, just from the limited perspective, at the very least, that is what I would assign to the union boss. My entire goal for this game was to find a burrito to get over my hangover. What?
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy.
The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued
I
to
didn't know the
various
burrito
panels.
would cure it. What if I sit down at the table with a Nazi and shoot them in the testes? Well, then you're not a Nazi, but also don't do that. Again, Fed posting, guys. Remember, net neutrality's gone and everything is going to be even more censored, so try and not get yourselves or me in trouble. Sadly, I never located the burrito.
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
Okay. Well, hold on. Probably a new combo with you.
Right to work!
Not
right.
the same dialogue lines. It's almost time that I can go to bed now, though. Oh. Why is that broken? That wasn't broken before.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza.
I'm not allowed to say what I would do, so I'm saying that I wouldn't. Yeah. I'm not saying that I would do that. It still does kind of work, but for now. What the fuck?
These tracks are not interesting at all.
That's rude.
Let the street sweeper just sweep them
I'm concerned that. I mean, look what happened in LA. They're saying that leftists are starting the LA fires. They're going to use all of this rhetoric to justify removing your rights. We're going to get Patriot Act 2.0. Turn in the novelty check. Where do I do that? The pawn shop or the bookstore? Or is it at the little mini mart that we just passed? Ah, thank you. Clearly someone who's played this game more than I have.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
What's that magazine she's reading?
You mean this?
Oh, based. Two girls kissing.
This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
Damn, that's Bulletproof Bullet. I expect I'll be playing this for a while then.
Looks like it also has
I mean, to be
something
fair,
called
we've gotten
Police de
through
la
so
Mode,
little in
featured
3
on page
playthroughs
34.
of like 5-hour
This speaks to
sessions
you.
because there's so much dialogue to listen to because it's the most fun part of the game. I approve of this. Very futuristic. Tap on the girls kissing.
She pops her raspberry-flavored bubblegum and nods.
This girl listens to Girl in Red.
The lieutenant frowns at you before turning to the clerk with an apologetic half smile.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but...
No, I took it. I took it and I'm not gonna, do the thing that he asked me for. I'm just taking his money.
Wow. I didn't know you worked for the union, sir.
It's all dialogue, and there is a way to game the dialogue, which kind of puts me off the game. Yeah, no, that's why I don't really like
Anything
save
else
scrubbing.
I can do for you?
No, you don't work for the Union. The Union works for you by supplying you with cash.
I'm hungry, but I don't have a bowl to put eggs into after I finish them, and I don't have hot pads to grab stuff. Why do you need a bowl to put eggs into? I'm confused. You don't even need to save scrub, it's the painful part? Oh.
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so...
Do you know the man who died?
Not really.
Does it mean you know him a little?
No. I didn't know him at all.
What do you think happened?
I don't...
Okay, of
No
course.
need to worry.
Yeah, sure.
It's just stand up.
Okay.
Blah, 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 blah.
Uh-huh.
Fuck off. Useless.
The tear machine stands and your bottles clunk into the machine.
I just why a bowl instead of a plate? Is my question. Well, there you go. Wait, who are you? I don't remember seeing you here before. Why would you need to refresh dialogue if you already knew what was said? What do you mean? Either you forget what was said before, or you're trying to save scrub or something. Those would be the two reasons.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
Oh wait, I need to do a recap.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
Jesus, okay.
This fan has two chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly
You're gonna go make 7 eggs? Okay, whatever you say. Okay, so we learned about the union guy. Oh, I should go back to the chick with the boat, eh?
The theme on that pinball machine is a standard royalist theme, used on everything from pinball cabinets to full-flavor cigarettes, clinging to a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back and cast out all the profiteers and homosexuals. Basically, imagine a yellow plastic crown with a liquor brand emblazoned on it.
I'm not judging.
The
I just thought it
contemporary
was
period
funny.
stands still.
The way that you said it.
The fated carousel of progress that doomed the royalists is itself winding down.
In fact, good for you for making food rather than ordering takeaway. Now the lady with the boat was down here, right? No, it was further up. Because she knows things, and now I know things to exchange. Can I do this one yet?
Just an ordinary war.
Can we get a monarchy that actually likes homosexuals for once? I want to watch gay porn of monarchs. Sorry, probably not. Usually when you have monarchy or a small group of people in power, they need scapegoats, and gays are easy to scapegoat.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Tell me about this alleged drug trafficking.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly,
I mean,
it
I'm
might be
on
quick to say
Vyvanse.
what
Maybe
you
these
can't
people have
make from the stuff.
ADHD. Let me get this straight. The materials came from Samara to Rochelle through the terminal.
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Do not put the Marxist-Leninist in power, please.
Wildpine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, man.
She
You
does
mean
look
to
like
say
Margaret
the union
Thatcher.
Also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut.
I was taking your medicine today. Any issues? No, I'm getting used to it now. I was taking them too close together, and I found that if I take my Vyvanse like first thing in the morning, and I take the modafinil an hour before I start stream, they even out. And I did this yesterday, and I didn't crash at the end of the day. I still have really shitty sleep though, so that's gonna be an issue.
Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
I'm gonna need bolt cutters for this.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond
Melatonin
our
has never
grasp.
been helpful for
But
me.
in transit, they're vulnerable.
It's just, it doesn't... The issue that I have with sleep medications is melatonin does nothing, even at really high doses, and sleep meds work, but they make waking up the next day incredibly difficult, and I don't like them. I'm trying to find ways of improving my sleep without having to add more meds onto the pile. Smoke pot. Does that even really work? I mean, cause like I smoke every now and again. I don't like often, but it doesn't make me sleepy. It tends to wake me up more than anything. But I suppose that depends on like the type that you're smoking. But also, I live in Australia. It's not even legal here.
How
Not unless I live in Canberra, the capital. It's legal.
Roundabout.
Yeah, I'd have to look into that. Worst comes to worst, that isn't a bad idea, but there are other methods of making you more tired and ready for sleep before bed, like getting off of electronics, maybe like an hour before you want to go to bed tends to help chill your like brain out. What you eat, when you eat it, like all of these things. The other day, you said you thought drugs slowed you down. I actually thought you were talking faster than normal. I'm wondering maybe if it's a perspective thing on your end. Maybe, but I do often talk fast, so...
Perhaps you've noticed that
it really
a number
depends
of lorries
on what
are
I'm talking
tangled
about.
in a
Maybe it
traffic
is a
jam at the
perspective thing,
roundabout
though.
just now.
Perception thing,
Interview the
rather.
drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
My perception of it slowing me down really came from the fact that I was misspeaking less. Because you guys know, like, when I'm reading an article, I tend to read it quickly, and sometimes I, like, flip words around and I mix them up, and I've been doing that less, which made me think it slowed me down, but maybe it actually just sped me up to the point where I can actually read the words now. And, real quick... Hey, where are you?
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
Well, so far we've seen a lorry driver that we think is connected to the killing. Well, at least their car, or their house, rather. And then we saw an incredibly racist lorry driver near that house. So...
Uncovering Union secrets could also give you an upper hand when dealing with them.
No coincidence, lorries are stranded there. Like, we already have suspicion that one of the drivers was present at the lynching. What proof do you have that the union's involved, please?
How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
True.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
Ah, well, there's that.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
That does kind of track. So you think the strike is being funded with with source ingredients for drugs?
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, but she's clearly not the type your typical lorryman would confide in.
I'm not giving a corporal... fuck it. Maybe he'll give me something out of it.
The two might even be connected.
Or not. Though, if you have evidence to the contrary, I'm eager to hear it.
As eager as I am to share it, Lieutenant. Once the job is done. Yes?
I'll find you a cab driver.
According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I suspect the traffic jam won't disperse for a few more days. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
Why shouldn't an ML be a supreme dictator? I would fix the problems in society. Because Lenin.
You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare?
He's a bloated rainbow socialist? Jesus Christ. He's not the champion I have chosen. Neither are you. I didn't.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in power all these years?
So,
or wait, actually...
I'd like to clarify? You want me to clarify why I think an ML, or like, why having another Lenin is a bad thing? Because I'm not doing that right now.
Corruption.
I do that, like, pretty
That's
regularly.
That's how he's done it. Fantastic. Worm-like. Corruption. Reaching into the bowels of the earth.
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy. I hope you understand. The RCM does not pick sides.
I took a very neutral stance here because I'm an officer trying to uncover a murder. Yeah, that's what I'm, like, I'm not necessarily neutral. Both of these people are scumbags, both Everett and Joyce, but...
Of course.
She's
I
less
don't
of a
expect
scumbag,
you to share anything
but she's
he
still
told
a scumbag.
you with me. I'm not a corrupt verm myself.
You are. You're just
However,
less of
if you
one.
felt like, how could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be gossiping.
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things.
Mr. Everett is helping me find my gun, apparently.
Oh. That's so helpful of him.
Mm-hmm.
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can swear his jaw muscle is trembling.
No, you would in power give a similarly good quality as Supreme Dictator as I would as a Leninist? I would do much better than a Leninist. And I don't want supreme power. I don't want it. I don't want anyone to have power. I want a stateless society, a classless society.
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this, to gauge their reactions. It's all part of detecting.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun?
Elitist bitch versus power mad asshat. Yeah, true. It's almost ready to be found soon.
Did he now? Well, then it should be any day now. Unless, of course, he's lying to you. Anyway, was there anything else you've heard?
Oh, like, Yeah, that wasn't what I was jumping into. I was just saying, like, please don't give the ML supreme power. That's all I had to say. I wasn't jumping into the actual convo.
Perhaps he is.
Of course, Detective. Should something come up later down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat.
As dictators, I do imagine you and I would have similar outcomes, but, like, both of those would be bad.
Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
I have some money.
Is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it?
Why not?
Look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes, bub.
Nice fabric?
Why, yes. Tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat, almost rustic in its simplicity. A silk shirt.
I see something wrong with it because it's a system that is built on oppression of control. It doesn't incentivize after you die things going in the good direction. It actually makes it so it'll just do the same thing over again. You're removing a system of oppression and replacing it with a different system that will eventually be a system of oppression, even if it's not while you're in power. That's why you need to get rid of power and class structure, hierarchy. You need to make it so that people understand that engaging with community, that bettering individuals and community increase everyone's standard of living, not someone in charge. It's not about that for you, but what happens when you die and the next guy takes power?
While dull orange pearls
You might be
hang
Lenin,
from
the
her
next guy's
earlobes,
Stalin.
Red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry. These are the kind eyes of the rich man that seem to say everything is possible. Within reason.
So?
Now look at you. You misery-clad simian. Barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes. A scythe of booze precedes you.
That's a
Your hair
description.
sticks to your forehead, and your underwear feels uncomfortable.
Did I shit myself? Power has endlessly been abused throughout history. It needs to be diffused across populations to keep things accountable. Exactly. Decentralized states with a centralized, no power holding bureaucratic superstructure that exists to pass along information to the people who actually hold power, which is the decentralized states democratically.
You're poor. Poor as balls.
It just as like a really
You
broad,
can't
vague
ask
example.
this person for money. You're too.
I'm not ashamed to shake this leech for some dough. Nah, damn.
You think your little communism protects you from this feeling? No. The more demeaning it is to grovel at her feet.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. Of course, Detective.
Want to see what
You're
happens?
back. Good. What can I...
I am sorry. It just doesn't come out of your mouth.
Pussy.
You're back. Good.
Give me money.
What can...
I am sorry.
Wait, maybe I need to put different clothes on. You would build a democratic framework for society and the working class to have an easier time to finish class liberation. See, that's the thing. You want them to finish after you're dead. I would finish it while I'm alive. By, like, removing myself from power as well as them.
You're back. Good.
Voila.
Yes. Alright,
You're
cool.
doing it.
That's some money.
Of course. How much do you need?
She's surprisingly nonchalant about this. Could it be that she somehow knows more about your...
There's no way she would give me 10,000 real, right?
That's a good sum. Not too small. Not fantastically large.
Nice one, Soat.
She removes a few notes and hands them to you.
Like, not to say that that's you, Lennon. It's just like that will undoubtedly become the outcome, whether you intend for that to be or not. Having a system built on oppression and control will always produce this outcome.
Whoa,
At least
whoa.
historically.
Did you see how easy that was? Ask her for more.
I know.
Toot toot. trained
But
to
also,
money
I don't believe in communism. I think libertarian socialism is better than communism, and that's where we differ. I just, I don't know how we even got into this topic. All I made is a joke of don't give the ML dictatorship power.
This may seem like odd behavior for a police officer, man, but it's a perfectly common side effect, unusual medical episode.
It's all right, Lieutenant.
More money.
I really did bring as little cash with me as possible to avoid attention. So here you are. The last bit of filthy lucre
I know you don't
share.
want dictatorship. I just think that your system will produce dictatorship, whether you want to or not.
So, I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer. It may not be technically illegal under the Emergency Act, but still.
Funny that you're worried about this and not the ruthless exploitation of the entire human race. True. I'm still getting my head around this whole money concept.
You're right, man, that donations are permitted under the Emergency Act.
I don't know how
And
much
simple
things
as it may
cost,
be,
so like
as
60,
long as
I
they're
have 97
properly
real, that's not too bad.
Which he most certainly will do. Now, how else can I help the RCM today?
I think that's enough. Gave me a little bit of a start. So, oh yeah, I still haven't found my badge. Let's go talk to some taxi drivers. Some racist fucking taxi drivers. Oh, what's that? That's new. I haven't looked at you. Ah, more money. Can we please react to a picture of... He's not! Like, why is everyone that you say is attractive so fucking cringe and ugly? The flower. He looks like the most beta male, concept that I can possibly imagine.
Son, you've really let yourself go. It's a disgrace. But Coach Physical Instrument is going to get you back in prime condition.
Does that mean you'll call me
Even
a
if it
maggot
takes
and a Nancy boy to motivate me?
Does a master swordsman insult his own blade? No. I'm going to turn you into an athletic benchmark, you big pussy.
Trudeau is absolutely hotter than Bolivar.
It's going to take blood, sweat, piss, and tears.
Why piss?
But when I'm done with you, boy, you will be a master athlete.
What? Trust in Trudeau?
When a man sets his mind and body on something and gives his 110%, he is sometimes going to piss himself. It just happens. No shame in that. Behold, world. Here
Bolivar
walks
looks like a lawn gnome.
hands
True.
choked and hair kept back with a bandana. The Homo
See, there you go.
athleticus.
The Homo athleticus? Unlock these. Now, we said the roundabout, which I'm gonna go ahead and assume is this roundabout. You, what are you doing?
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph.
It's
in
not
her
that they
hands.
couldn't
In the
eliminate the
background,
capitalist
the
class.
radio
They
plays.
didn't eliminate the capitalist class. Lenin's theory and what he did in practice are not the same things. I'm telling you, I've told this to you multiple times, and I fully believe this. Lenin, theory-wise, was much closer to me than you. He had libertarian socialist writings. He took power, and he was corrupted because they didn't get rid of capital. It was partially Trotsky's fault, but also Lenin's fault. Power corrupted him. Money corrupted him. They never got rid of capital. If Trotsky was never around and they immediately got rid of capital, maybe. But... And Stalin was a full fascist, so...
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you?
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the wary aspect of a cornered beast.
You're alright, ma'am, you're alright.
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s.
When else
Back
would
in
you
Mecca, during the time of the revolution. The sidewalks and cafes are filled with the young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buenguerro. Until you came along, that is.
So I take it you were in Esk when you were young? Yeah?
Someone was.
Are these not your memories?
They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me or not?
He tried to adapt his material conditions, even said himself the revolution failed and state capitalism was the economic structure of the USSR because they couldn't eliminate capitalism. That's because they didn't try hard enough. That's my thing, is you just do it. Get rid of capital. Right then and there. Build the system on top of that. They chose to not do that. In fact, one of the very first things that they did when Lenin took power was kill the anarchists that assisted them and broke apart the unions.
They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know? All of this.
I mean, they've been.
She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe the present away, like a tidal wave approaching.
It might.
This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his jaw the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen.
Okay.
This man's got a hold over her. Even 50 years later, you can feel it.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen.
Hey, welcome back.
And school
Enjoy your
boys
eggs.
used to memorize all of his lines.
In all likelihood, it's a world that's only ever existed in her mind.
Alright, I have some other questions.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
What are you hauling?
Diamonds.
So our main character is gay? At least a little. Maybe bi.
Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was?
It would be marvelous.
Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine.
So you don't know what you're hauling?
I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo. If you know what I mean.
I'm not saying skill issue. I'm saying that they intended to fail because they enjoyed power and capital. Whether it was Trotsky's influence or just Lenin being corrupted, one or the other. It's not skill issue, it's failure because they didn't try hard enough. They didn't want to, they wanted power. Whether they started out that way or whether they ended up that way, it doesn't matter. That's what capital does to you. It changes your brain chemistry, it makes you mentally ill. I mean, okay, that's what I know of history on this. Oof, Tyler coming in hard with that one.
Then it's contraband, lawman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermenegildos.
And I would agree.
Bad Hand, Hermenegildos' bad hand, strangled 300 people.
I'm not sure it was that sick of a burn. I do like Lenin's thumbnails.
Just really like strangling.
You know, if you're gonna make a complaint about the content that comes out of this channel, whether it's from me or from my lovely editors such as Art or Lenin, maybe I have some, like, I don't know, constructive criticism. Otherwise, just shut up.
Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to listen to...
Just as like a general rule, that's not specifically directed towards anybody, but it's one of like my pet peeves. Don't tell me that something's like wrong or bad and then not explain why. Oh yeah, no, fair enough. If you're just trolling, you're trolling. You're a troll, that's what you do.
Is a cowherder from upstream Magritte. The great steppes of northern Mesk. He is a rugged individualist and explorer.
Fine, fine. What's that?
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain.
I'm guessing that doesn't happen.
Of course not. The boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Maigret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down.
In the background, you can hear the orchestra swell as the screen fills with the maiden's imploring eyes.
So I think I see where this is going.
So the boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Maigret. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him.
It's not where I thought this was going.
You have to understand. A true boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a boyadero.
You seem like a woman who knows a thing or two about drugs.
What do I need drugs for, lowman? What I see, what I feel, the great adversary, no drugs can compare.
I'm new to it. I gotta do more to get better. You do better than I could, so...
Yes. There is a protagonista and an adversary.
Hey, Calver's out for flapper.
I am on the side of the adversary. There's no coming back from that hole.
There is protagonista. She gestures to the intersection, and then the adversario. I'm on the side of the adversary. There is no coming back from that hole. The intersection being, I guess, that way?
Those epithets are familiar somehow. The great adversary. The great unrest.
Where can I get my hands on experience like that?
If you don't know...
Maybe if she thought you're corrupt.
Everett sent me.
Who the fuck is Everett?
Okay.
Ah, and what do I care about the union boss? He's no Gabriel. He's no Franco Negro. He's not even Hermenegildo the Hound.
No, Tyler. And please, God, no, Lennon.
Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way.
I will genuinely start, like, handing out hour-long bans for pro-AI propaganda. I won't, but maybe I will. You said it earlier, you don't know what could be hauling. Could it be drugs? How could you not know what you're hauling in your own lorry?
Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grat on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza to Grat, Lowman?
I don't know, that's why I'm asking you.
It's diamonds, Lowman, obviously.
If you had to guess, who do you think is smuggling drugs around here?
Easy. It's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. Also, he's the only one I can see from here.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
I didn't ask about diamonds, did I? I don't care about that. If you're not involved with drug trafficking, why are you still waiting here?
Diamonds are good for you, Lowman. You should try them sometime. Make yourself pretty like Eva de Zoras.
Ooh.
Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the futures of this world. It's a good palate cleanser, this jamboree.
Say no to AI,
I can just relax and let my mind carry me back where it will.
I think we're done here, no?
Yeah.
Yes, go.
Okay. So this is the intersection. Skinny guy, that's a poet. Where's our skinny poet, fella? Oh, I know where there's another lorry.
Looking for something, Rod? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
You know, stop cooking. Stop cooking. Let's instead find out who's cooking drugs. What are you hauling?
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation. The strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month.
Now again,
2
Lennon,
months,
you
maybe.
make like you're the reason that those videos go up. I hate making thumbnails, I hate editing. Thank you. Regardless of what Tyler thinks of what you make, I think it's good. I like it.
Apples.
Apples, sure.
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Look, as detective, I come from a long line of lorrymen.
Lies.
We
I don't
got
believe
ancient
it.
rights and privileges.
I don't believe it.
Oh, I'm here to pick up a load of fucking apples, man. Just regular, Koiko picked apples.
Well then show me your picked apples.
Damn, you're not gonna get more out of him on this. He's put up the wall of racism.
What's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body. You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza.
I thought you were cooking
Safri.
7 eggs. When did it get to
Inna.
9?
They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector.
I mean, he's somewhat correct here based on what I know.
They know they can't beat us in a fair fight.
I know you don't.
So they have to get us to weaken ourselves.
But they make
somehow.
alcohol
It's
in
racial
Amara too, I was told they
sabotage.
do.
Racial economic
So I
sabotage.
take it you're not smuggling drugs out of here. Listen, I agree it's our responsibility to keep these poisons off the street of Revachol, right?
He eyes you warily, unsure how to respond. This goes on for about 2 seconds. Then?
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
I did see one lorry with the trailer doors open on my way here. Do you know what happened?
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some kip boys.
The one you made for the prison slavery video, I still think slaps really hard. I just haven't put out that video yet.
Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to.
If they were getting drunk inside the whirling in rags, how could they know who broke into the lorry?
If you were all at the whirling, how do you know it was Kips that broke into the lorry?
What?
No, we didn't. I don't have the video for it. I think Oxpecker was going to cut it, but then just like yeah, I never got it, so I'll like check in with Ox later on the subject. But also, I am shadow banned on YouTube, so like the videos that I've been putting up, getting like no views and no impressions. That's how I know it's shadow banned, because it's impressions. And yes, you are doing God's work.
Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His
Jesus
little side
Christ.
business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well. He's a Samaran guy who likes to pretend he's some kind of businessman. Really, he's just selling his employer stuff. Stuff he stole after he
What
bought the
annoys
seals
me
on
about
his
this
Manox lorry.
is that he's probably going to give me useful and correct information because it shows the duality of how no system or no person is perfectly ethical or perfectly not unethical, that everything has nuance in it. And now I have to work with this idiot.
Just follow the smell. It smells like apricot and oil when you're nearby.
Yes. Where is he?
Looks like I offended your partner there. Too bad. Sealang's usually a little bit south of here, near the canal. You can't miss him. Just watch yourself. His tribe are natural liars.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Guess so.
Why the question, Lord Fluffy Heart? We all, like, I would agree that I would say that almost nobody in this chat probably thinks that that's true. And yes, he's French. Of course he's racist. The French in this game have been the, like, most racist so far. How about you? Are you the guy?
You see a samurai
Yes,
street
you are
vendor
the guy.
surrounded by a motley assemblage
I bought
of
glasses
goods.
from you earlier.
When he realizes you're looking,
Well, yeah, that's why I said
ceiling.
basically nobody.
Happy shopping.
I know there's some of you that still do, for now.
You see the name,
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool. The goods are cool. The customers are cool. The place is cool. And one more thing. Oh, you're very cool. Bang, 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 bang.
Whether I'm cool is unimportant, I have police questions for you.
You're right, officer. 100%. No playing around
The
then.
French or this
Strictly
universe is
business.
southerner.
Maybe I can interest
Well, I
you
mean,
in
you
some
said that no
premium
one is
menswear
perfectly
instead.
ethical or not ethical. What way is he ethical at all? Interpersonally, I'm sure with, like, certain people. He might do ethical things every now and again in very hyper-specific cases. But also, Trump is a product of an unethical system. He himself just does the things. He himself has no ideology either, so... If you're rich, then Trump is... I mean, I wouldn't say he's ethical, but he's a good choice for you if you're one of the rich. Which is unethical in and of itself. Need him to give you some money? No, I'm not gonna rob the working class. Come on.
Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless
He's probably
you're into
chill with
drugs,
other
of course.
conservatives and white
In which
billionaires.
case,
He's not an
drugs are
ethical
excellent.
person. But
Mwah.
like,
Tasty, tasty drugs.
I don't. The idea of black and white, that someone is in fully 100% evil or fully 100% good, isn't real. Everyone is in a gray area of some kind, even if it's 1% ethical, 2% ethical. Like, even psychopaths occasionally do nice things. Even occasionally have correct beliefs and ideologies. Not generally, but it can happen. People are weird. Brains are a sack of meat with electricity running through it. What happens in that brain is up to the person. He doesn't touch alcohol, but he does lines of coke all the time, or rather he did. He was a TV star in the 90s. He's probably on modafinil if I'm being serious, because I know a bunch of the Wall Street people use that. Yeah, it's a big club and you ain't in it, Tyler.
That's very cool. A lot of the coolest detectives do drugs. Sadly, I don't have any drugs on sale.
Why would
Or
you
at my
boycott
home,
McDonald's?
or on my
Boycotts don't work unless they're a global boycott. There's not enough people that I forget that people still try and boycott McDonald's. It's not gonna work. Now, like, should you eat there? No, but not because it's gonna, like, I don't know, give you a political change or anything. You just shouldn't eat McDonald's because it's bad for you. Shades of gray, true. I actually don't like drugs.
That's cool. Especially after you already said you're into them. All the coolest detectives in the movies do drugs. And are very conflicted about it. Still, no drugs here.
We're looking for a lorry driver who's transporting drugs out of the harbor. He or she is in this traffic jam.
That's even cooler. You investigating that and all. But, I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
a blatant lie, sire. Yet he tells it with such conviction. We'd believe him if we didn't know better.
But you are a lorryman, and other drivers identified you and your lorry.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I
didn't care enough to watch the whole thing, Tyler.
Because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
You want to see what I think of 2025? You want to see what I think is the image that should really stick in your mind as, I don't know, what this year holds? Give me a second. Ah, so many sources, so many tweets. Where's the, There's one of these two. Ah, never mind, it's gone. It was an image of McDonald's burning with hurricane force winds.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, he's not ass-kissing Lord Fluffy Art. They're in the club. It's a big fucking club and you ain't in it. They're all friends. They're all rich fuckers. You think Kamala Harris is gonna get executed? No. You think if she had any fear of that, her concession speech would have sounded anything the way that it did? Actually, it was pretty based. It was probably the only thing about that fire that's based, is watching that McDonald's specifically burning. Ah, you're such a fucking troll.
No, I just said I worked harder.
I don't know how you do it.
Asshole.
Like, it really, it takes conviction to regularly come and troll like you. It's impressive.
Realizing he can't get out of it. Smart man.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me.
What do you know about the drugs?
This
what did you forget
is my
to tell me?
dream.
Seeing, my sources tell me that you're the one transporting drugs for the Union.
No! That's insane! It's the fat hater! He's been eyeing me for a week.
Yeah, I know, and I don't mind it.
Maybe he's the one,
I find it impressive
Have you thought about that?
to have the stamina to do this every stream.
Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
Some of them, yeah.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd? You know, the drug crowd?
No, he wasn't talking about an abstract crowd. It was that crowd.
It wasn't some drug crowd. You know who they are. Tell me now. You're wasting my time. Tell me who the fuck is transporting the drugs here. Okay, if you don't know, I'll tell your employer you've been selling his stuff.
Shush, please. There's bad people doing bad
I can be nice
here.
Sometimes.
That's all
it's
I
rare,
know.
but I can be nice.
Please, don't get me into this mess. I spent 15 years working my way up.
Well, then tell me who's doing it.
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
Our buddy's here. Help us out. No one will have to know it was you.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady.
The old woman back there, point to the pale driver, dazed out and strange.
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
He's not.
I mean, Kaffer, Zaffer, Flaffer, Laffer, every single one of, like, the countries on the geopolitical map are doing that at the same time. It's not America, it's not Russia, it's all of them. America does it, Russia does it, UK does it, Germany does it, France does it, Israel does it, Turkey does it. It's what's broken humanity, is everyone is openly, knowingly lying on the internet for money.
All of them. I don't know. I
The
told
death
you
of
all
society.
I know. Are we cool now?
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The
racist
racist
one
or the
or
other
the
one
one with the
with
tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos.
So you are getting paid to troll. Cool. Who's paying you? I'm really curious. Which government is, like, spying on me? I mean, probably a bunch of them, but, like, which one specifically is putting in the extra effort?
All right. I scored.
Ah, Tim
Let's
Pool. Okay,
get
so
this
it's the
over
Russians.
party.
That's not surprising with
You
the
can
amount of
walk away
Russians
from
that
here
come
with
into this
funky
chat.
Sunglasses, detectives. Both of you. You deserve it.
That tracks. I mean, she could be trying to not piss off Donald Trump, to be honest. Who? Who's trying to not piss off Donald Trump? Kamala? No. Like, he already, like, the FBI's new director already has her on his hit list If she thought there was any chance of her being in danger, she would have left.
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there.
You seem like a really successful
business,
entrepreneur.
remember.
Would you like to support a member of the local police force?
Oh, okay. But
After all this mess, the broken seals, lying to you, come on.
an investment? What kind of investment?
My heritage is everywhere. Like, almost literally. Not quite, but... An investment in me, a highly experimental human being. My risk-to-reward ratio is insane. Invest into me not telling your employer about your operations here. It's an investment in your customer base. Gotta prime the pump, man.
Fair point. You can't have a successful business without a loyal customer base. How much is your loyalty worth?
10 real.
10 real is a bargain for that kind of investment. You got it, my man.
Got the strength of a cave full of Russian bears. Why does that sound incredibly homosexual? And by the way, very much in favor of it. But now I'm just thinking of a cave full of a bunch of big hairy Russian men having gay sex.
It's a boring
This
story,
is your
officer.
fault, Lord Fluffy Art. I blame
cares
you
about
for
the
that.
past?
This man probably comes from Seaguy.
You and your
sometimes
goon
known as
posting.
the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Isola.
Very cool. I like your style, officer.
I don't think she's scared of him. I didn't get anything close to that vibe. I mean, you could be right. It's difficult to know when every one of them is like a lying sack of shit that's bought out by a company. But I did not get the feeling that she was afraid at all. That doesn't matter. You're just goon posting and it made me think about it. Fine. It's just I still blame you for it. It's okay, I recently discovered that I'm not entirely a lesbian, so there's that. What stuff that I should sell? Do I need any of these things? I'll probably keep them around. Okay, well, we've met. Fuck you! What are you, New Yorker now? That guy that was standing on top of his car telling 6 cops, fuck you, was the most New Yorker thing that I've ever seen. I'm still not over it.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
From another planet. Hey there. It's the jam, my man. It's a traffic jam for the
It's okay,
ages.
all of our minds are weird.
Obligates up
No
the street.
judgment.
Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days.
How long you
Feels
been
like
here?
forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires,
Is this an
the
American?
oil and the fumes of mazout. Everyone's a critic, man. It's okay. I've been here a whole week already. So tell me, what do you need?
Well, first of all, you know anything about the dead guy?
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about
Tyler, every single
wasting
one of
time
you in
right
my
here.
chat is on a list.
Keep him busy.
The NYPD, immediately following the killing of Brian Thompson, said that anyone that said anything that was remotely positive towards the killing is an extremist. They're saying the left is lighting the fires in California. You're in my chat. Remember, they called us the enemy from within. You're on a list.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff. The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
I don't want to talk about that.
Why? Do you know something? What is it? I don't mean to pry, but I need your help. Looks like she may be involved in drug trafficking.
Man, I was hoping she'd catch a break. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some mastermind evildoer. And I don't know where she is.
Who is she to you?
A friend? An acquaintance. I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay? Thank God I don't know. People here call her the Lady Driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. Now I see why.
Again, not a lie as far as you can tell.
What does she look like?
A youngish woman. Gruff, but in a cool way.
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Dyed. It was violet when she got here. Blue before she went.
Then she may have dyed it again.
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person. I know that much.
No gooning in chat, Tyler.
We can't just let it go.
I'm kidding.
It's part of a police investigation.
No gooning in chat, but you're not gooning. I just like to, I don't know, yell at you guys for no reason. It's fun. Sitting in an office with an agent whispering sweet things in his ear, of course they'll approve it. True.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it?
The thing is,
all
like,
part of the investigation.
The people that you see on TV are not the people
The
that are in
girl's
power,
troubled.
so...
If you hunt her down, she may not survive it. I can't have that on my conscience.
I can agree with you, Bulletproof Bullet. Kitsugari is... He's becoming increasingly more based as we progress. I know.
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this.
Motherfuckers, you're all getting put in the camps, whether you're, like, on the list or not. That's the point of oligarchy.
I don't believe you.
To the gulags with all of us. You said she's troubled. How?
She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. And you're looking for a way out.
No, gooning is different than simping. You know you have Google.
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her.
Not snitching. I was told everyone's afraid of her. You're not?
I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too.
Yeah, it does.
That she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her. More like for her.
Gooning is being addicted to masturbation.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind.
Her mind?
The way it worked. The trouble it was giving her.
Yeah, but like words change meaning, kafir, zaffer, flaffer, laffer. That's not in any way how it's used now.
Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her.
Oh,
or were
trust me,
afraid of her.
Tyler, I can tell.
They'd be more than happy to rat her out.
And yes, I can also tell, Lord Fluffy Art.
He's right. There are other options. The raceman for
You
one.
keep telling yourself that, Bulletproof Bullet. Not that there's anything wrong with, like,
Maybe she
masturbating,
knows something.
but, like, again, it's shades of gray.
Wait, this guy says they're friends.
Everything in
Then
your reality
acquaintances.
is built
And he's a...
to produce addiction. Your brain function is determined by the actions that you regularly engage in. And if you are regularly engaging in short form media, drugs, depressive reality, you are like... Please never say that again. You're taught to find an extreme and to use that as an escape. Once it becomes, when you have the thought, maybe this is too much, it's too much.
Push Tommy and it will break his heart and his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals.
Put yourself in my shoes. I need this for an investigation too. It's important. I can't blow it. So you're alright with others ratting her out, you just don't want your hands dirty?
Fine. I don't want to be a butcher. And I don't want to be a knight either. I just want to be a person who can sleep at night. A little fame wouldn't hurt too.
Put yourself in my shoes. Come on.
You're not going to put a bullet in your head if you blow it, are you? Because she's on the edge, man. Thank you, friend.
Never met
Wow,
anyone of you
this makes
in
me
real
feel
life,
like I should pick
so-
up smoking again. Would help with my rhymes, too.
What are you hauling?
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Cool.
Relax. He's merely joking.
Wicked.
Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs a nice, clean business. This haul of cargo is mostly sporting goods. You know, tracksuits and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grad and the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately.
Now, your machine behind you, could I get one of those tracksuits you're hauling?
We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise.
Damn.
The bosses won't be happy. This rockin' beauty.
I mean...
Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of.
Yes.
You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
If you want to be, like, you need more than just the social interaction of in the community space. There needs to be more personal interaction for someone to be a friend. Like, we're friendly, but like, I don't know. The word friend to me means more than it does to the average person today. A friend is somebody that, like, I'm regularly talking to, or that is a part of my life in a way that people online generally are not. Now, you can have online friendships. That's a whole other thing. But having an online friendship is a thing that happens separately. It is long-term. It's based in a different type of interaction. Like, friendship, well, so like, art. Come on, you understand what I'm saying, and that the definition here of what a friend is different based on the type of social interaction. I just don't define that word that way. Not to say that I don't like you. I like you. Like, you're part of, like, you're one of my favorite chatters. But that doesn't make you a friend, because I don't personally know you. I don't engage, I don't tell you my personal life shit. I don't talk to you about my problems. I don't, like, you might do that to me, but I don't do that to you, and both of those are required. There needs to be a personal connection to engage in friendship. Whereas you can be friendly, you can be, like, you can like somebody, you can be on the same side, you can work together, but that doesn't necessarily mean friendship. So what, I'm supposed to not be friends with my friend who was forced to move away from LA? No. No, because that's a two-way personal interaction. You missed what I said there, in that, like, I don't tell you about my life and my problems, personally. I don't DM you telling you about my day. I don't DM you and, like, talk about, yeah, friends versus parasocial, like, Twitch relationships is kind of like a meaner way to put it, but it's not Twitch relationships. It's online socializing is different than in-person socializing. And because of the difference between in-person socializing and online socializing, getting conflated together, we just use the word friend to mean anybody that we enjoy engaging with online. But that's not the same thing. You need that interpersonal exchange to have that definition. There's not really a word for it. Not to say we wouldn't all be bros if we lived next door to each other. Oh yeah, absolutely. If I, like, lived near any of you, I'm sure we would be friends. Except for Tyler. But there is a difference. You don't have people that you have a two-way communication with, where, like, they tell you about things that are unrelated to you that happen in their life, like, personally. Because that's not, like, you've told me the opposite of that before. You are misunderstanding what I mean here because of the rhetorical difference. But I'm not saying that, like, is not lesser than. Like, the online social interaction, the online friendships are still, they're not lesser than a real friendship. It's just the different, there's not a word for it. You know what I mean? When I think of friend, I think in person. And there's a different word for online. There isn't one. But it doesn't lessen anything. It's just defining it in a concrete way rather than a vague definition.
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou.
No, see, Associates makes it so it's
This
work,
one
and
looks
this
roughed
isn't
up
like a
enough
work
to
thing.
be some sort of found rust bucket. Maybe.
Like,
the
me and
AC.
Visora are cool, but if I ran into her tomorrow, it would be far more awkward than if I ran into a friend of mine. Kind of, yeah. Like, I don't even necessarily think it would be awkward. I just think that, like, there's a difference between... An acquaintance is even... An acquaintance would be lesser than where you guys are now. The ones that, like, come and engage with me regularly, especially my mods, are more than an acquaintance. But there would be a difference in you showing up and, like, you walking into town and running into a friend versus running into me. It is parasocial. But that's not... I don't like using that word because it has such a negative connotation. And I don't mean that in the negative way. Most of my IRL friends drifted away from me. I don't find myself hanging out with them most of the time. Mate, you're young. Go make new friends. I don't talk to anybody. I talked to one person that I knew in high school. One. Singular. That's it. You need to, like I said, go to, like, a library. Go grab, like, pamphlets of groups. Go join a D&D group. You've talked about this before. I've told you it was a good idea. Go make new friends. And yes, life does get in the way, and it is hard. But there is a difference. Well, converse acquaintance would be larger than this. I have no idea what you said there. But, like, before we get back to the game, does that what I said just make sense? Like, there is a difference, and that there are ways where you can go and try and make in-person friends. People that you knew from, like, your community in school are all going to drift away from you. That is an inevitable future in our current reality. People go move off for, like, college. People get girlfriends. When you are transitioning from adolescence to adulthood, you lose a lot of the people that you know. But in that time, you should try and find new ones. Bulletproof bullet. I went to the library, but the girls started crying and asking me to step away from them, or they called security. What the fuck were you doing, mate? Like, acquaintances larger meaning than online chatters. Well, yeah, like, chatters are chatters, but then there's acquaintances, but then there's chatters who are, like, more than acquaintances, but they're not in-person friends. I guess online friends is a way to go. You are an online friend of mine. Fuck it. Let's just jump right back to friends. I can't think of a better word. So yes, you are my friend. I don't know. You're a mate. That's what it is. You're a mate. Y'all are mates. Not friends, not acquaintances, mates. The Aussie language. You are an acquaintance, Tyler. Lord Fluffy Art is a sick cunt, and so he's a mate. I met a 50-year-old dude through my mom who I really vibe with, who lives in Illinois. I mean, hey, friends are friends. Just, like, you know, make sure the 50-year-old dude isn't creepy. Well, if you guys, like, have the same type of personality, like, he's probably just, like, another, like, autistic person that's just kind of cool. Make friends. It doesn't matter. Guys, it doesn't matter who you're making friends with. It doesn't matter where you're making friends. Make friends. And I do think that in-person social interaction is much more needed than online social interaction. I think online social interaction only creates a facsimile of the benefits of real in-person social interaction. But you need community around you. I suppose, but I'm not paying them, Tyler the Flower, so, like, not really. Yeah, look, I doubt he's creepy. Lord Fluffy Art is pretty good with his vibe checks.
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time together.
Jesus Christ.
There it is again. a little touch of sadness beneath his cool. He thinks he's spent too long in this lorry. The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm. Ease into it. Don't go too far.
Ouch.
This seems like a personal matter.
My man, I want to know about your soul. Yeah, that's man shit. I don't get it. That's beyond me.
I'm okay, man. Just the jams got me down. The fumes, the chemical rainbows, the tarpaulin stretched
You're
on
not
the
the only
frames
one,
and the dull
Tyler. There's
engines
quite a
off.
few. I'm just not here today because it's not politics.
Maybe the
Although it's always
full-on
politics, even when it's not
direct
politics
approach
with me, isn't it?
wasn't correct.
I can't quite do a stream that doesn't have politics inundated throughout. You know my Twitch mods also have mod status on YouTube, right? There you are. I think you're the chick.
Lowman, you caught me at an opportune moment. This awful weather keeps me awake. You can entertain me with your questions.
Are you the lady driver?
You just call me a lady, Herife.
She clearly doesn't think she's a lady. Don't repeat it.
I was told of a woman driver, and you're the only woman here.
I'm not that either, Herife. I've gone too far from it all to remember what was between my legs. It doesn't work like that on the long
Hey, I
haul.
mean, base gender abolitionist. So you're not the driver everyone's terrified of?
I'm only terrifying to small children, and to those who used to know me.
Yeah, it's not her. Believe me.
Why are you scared that people used to know you? You said long haul.
The big ones, the trucks. There's no women and men there. It's all just... In the middle of this town, there's a ghostly motorway. It takes all the people where they want to stay.
In the background, a quiet song seeps from her cabin into the air. You don't
Then
hear
who's the
any
female
vocals.
driver I was told of?
How should I know? Do I look like I spend a lot of time with the other communers sniffing around when I have my movies to go to? Oh,
There is
sin.
one person I can think of. Oh shit, sorry, I didn't realize the reward requests. I didn't have them up on screen. Someone wants a cat, eh? Well, I'll give you a cat. Buddy? Never mind, sorry, no cat. The cat said no, and I believe in consent, so... Can I refund channel? Aye. Alright. I think I know who this person is, because colorful hair, blue, purple, might be dyed. There's one other person that had somewhat colorful hair that I remember seeing. No, not you.
So, how'd you like our harbor?
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too, probably.
Complete shit.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk.
That means Germany needs to change some of its laws. Which, to be fair, they're gonna do, just not in the good way. And where is... Is it really? To be fair, that doesn't surprise me all that much. Well, you're involved with...
I can't
the
believe it's
body.
snowing again. It felt like springtime just a few days ago. Excuse me?
She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should drop this line of questioning.
Oh. Well, I didn't write it
Like,
there.
that's not even a possible
I'm just
thing.
sitting here. I don't know anything about that either. As I said, I didn't write it.
Pig is a widely used term for members of the police. It's
no need to worry. We are not saying you did.
Okay.
I don't know what to say to you guys sometimes. I really don't. Fuck me, where is this? Okay. Where is the lady driver and her lorry? And what's so special about the borscht? First, I want to see if I can open this now.
This trash container is locked.
This place is called the Whirling something, right? This is the Whirling. Yeah, okay, cool. You're literally in favor of fucking Gamora. Don't even start with me about the aliens. When have I said I'm in favor of fucking Gamora? I mean, I am. But, like, that's different. She's just green and human. She's just a green human.
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust
And to
hood,
be fair, I would pick
occasionally
Nebula
sipping from
over
his mug.
Gamora.
This must be the
Even with
Whirling's
the cybernetics.
As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out
Oh, your reaction is so funny.
Garancy and Quebec. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garancy Quebec. Please, it's not funny. The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air.
Leo said you're friends with Manana, is that true? The borscht you're making, got some impressive pots there. How is it different? Humanoid. And also a literal human just painted green. It's not an actual alien. I just think the actress who plays Gamora is hot.
The mention of Manana
That's the
gets
difference.
his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. Then he falls silent again.
Now at this point now I'm just trolling.
They're friends.
Okay, so we got the impressive pots you got there.
He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn. It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove.
Come back. Come back, buddy. Beautiful boy. Hi. Hi. Yeah. My sweet little chunk. There you go. You've paid the toll. Now you can pass. Should can be inverted.
The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his and then seems to wait for you to speak.
Well then no.
I'm pretty sure he asked you a question. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return.
Mercury rising? Alright.
Horse need more vodka?
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the Union.
Man, I've been saying stop trying to fuck non-human things for ages. You think I really give a shit? I also don't even remember when I said I would fuck Gamora. I do remember when I said it just now, and Nebula, but like, again, those are humans.
Of course, vodka. Now that makes a very, very special borscht indeed.
I mean, this kind of
Turn it up
is
and ask for some yourself.
underwhelming. It's just vodka?
Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea. Honestly, the place is a powder keg.
Yeah, no vodka.
The cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait for you to speak.
Oh yeah, well, if it's between people trying to fuck robots and aliens, pick the aliens. At least those are alive.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side. It leads to a side building, adjacent to this one. The old building next to this, half ruined, which the door does not budge.
I'll be back, door. Mark my words.
The door stands silent, unmoved by your words.